Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Origins of Magical Study. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated education, long before standardized spellbooks and formal examinations, magic flowed through the fingers of witches and wizards who learned their craft through observation, experimentation, and the whispered secrets of those who came before them. The origins of magical study stretch back into the mists of time, to an age when the boundaries between the magical and non-magical worlds were as thin as morning mist over a Scottish loch. In those distant days when ancient forests covered much of Britain and stone circles stood as silent sentinels beneath star-filled skies, magical knowledge was preserved through oral tradition. Elder witches and wizards would take promising young magical children under their wing, passing down spells and potions recipes that had been refined through countless generations. These early magical practitioners understood the subtle rhythms of nature, the movement of celestial bodies, and the hidden properties of plants and creatures that their non-magical neighbors could never perceive. Imagine walking alongside an ancient Celtic witch as she moves through a moonlit forest, her finger pointing to the silver-leafed plants that can only be harvested during the full moon. Feel the cool night air against your skin as she demonstrates the precise wand movement that would one day be formalized as the Lumos charm. The soft glow emanating from the tip of her intricately carved wooden wand illuminates the night, casting dancing shadows among the ancient trees. This was education in its most primal and intimate form, knowledge passed directly from mentor to student, with the natural world as their classroom. The earliest written records of magical education date back to ancient Egypt, where hieroglyphic spells adorned the walls of hidden chambers within the Great Pyramids. Here, wizard priests maintained exclusive schools of magical learning, teaching select students the arts of transfiguration, enchantment, and magical defense. These Egyptian magical academies represent perhaps the first formalized approach to magical education, with distinct areas of study and carefully preserved texts. As these ancient Egyptian wizards traced symbols in the air, with wands crafted from acacia wood, their students would observe with reverent attention, memorizing the precise movements that would channel magical energy correctly. Scrolls of papyrus contain detailed illustrations of proper wand techniques, complex potion recipes, and the correct pronunciations of incantations, some of which would eventually find their way into the standard spell books used at Hogwarts thousands of years later. The ancient Greeks, with their philosophical approach to all forms of knowledge, brought a new dimension to magical study. Rather than merely teaching practical applications, Greek wizards began to question the very nature of magic itself. What was this energy that responded to a witch or wizard's command? How did it interact with the physical world? These questions led to the development of magical theory, a discipline that would eventually become a cornerstone of formal magical education. In Athens, small groups of magical students would gather in secluded olive groves to debate these theoretical questions under the guidance of wizard philosophers. The gentle Mediterranean breeze would carry the scent of wild herbs as these early magical scholars grappled with complex arcane principles. Their discussions, preserved in enchanted scrolls, established fundamental magical laws that remain unchallenged to this day. The Romans, with their talent for organization and infrastructure, built upon Greek magical theory and created the first standardized magical curriculum. Roman magical academies, often hidden within ordinary schools of rhetoric and philosophy, offered structured courses in distinct magical disciplines. Young witches and wizards would progress through increasingly complex levels of study, with examinations to ensure their proficiency before advancing. Imagine standing in a Roman magical classroom, sunlight filtering through high windows onto walls adorned with detailed diagrams of wand movements. Feel the smooth marble floor beneath your feet as students practice the precisely articulated Latin incantations that would form the basis of most European spellwork for centuries to come. The Roman emphasis on discipline and proper technique still echoes in the hallways of Hogwarts today, particularly in classes like Transfiguration, where precision is paramount. As the Roman Empire fell and Europe entered the medieval period, magical education became more decentralized once again. The dangerous climate for those with magical abilities meant that knowledge was often preserved in secret, passed from master to apprentice away from the suspicious eyes of non-magical neighbors. Magical families became particularly important during this time, with parents teaching their children everything they knew about magic within the safety of their homes. In remote areas, particularly in the mountains and forests of Eastern Europe, small magical communities established hidden enclaves where young witches and wizards could learn together under the guidance of several experienced elders. These primitive schools, often consisting of nothing more than a collection of cottages in a magically concealed valley, represented the first step toward the comprehensive magical institutions that would eventually emerge. The medieval period also saw the rise of specialized magical apprenticeships. A young witch or wizard showing particular aptitude in potions might be sent to study under a renowned potions master, living in their home for 7 or more years, while learning the subtle art of brewing. Others might apprentice with wand makers, magical creature handlers, or experts in magical herbology. This specialized approach created masters with incredible depth of knowledge in their chosen field, but often left gaps in their broader magical education. Throughout this evolution of magical learning, certain constants remained. The relationship between teacher and student was sacred, honored by magical communities across cultures and throughout time. The passing of knowledge from one generation to the next ensured that magical innovation built upon itself, with each era adding to the collective wisdom of the wizarding world. The ancient methods never completely disappeared. Even after the establishment of formal schools like Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, many magical families continued to provide early education to their children before sending them off to these institutions, teaching family-specific spells and techniques that had been refined over generations. This blend of standardized education and family traditions created rich variations in magical style and approach that continue to characterize the wizarding world today. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ancient magical practitioners who preserved their knowledge through dark ages and times of persecution, ensuring that the magic we now take for granted would survive for future generations. Think of the countless hands that carefully copied spellbooks by candlelight, the determined minds that solved magical puzzles and innovated new techniques, the brave teachers who risked everything to pass their knowledge to worthy students. What forgotten magical wisdom might still lie hidden in ancient scrolls or oral traditions, waiting to be rediscovered by a curious modern witch or wizard? And how might your own understanding of magic be transformed if you could step back in time and learn directly from those earliest magical teachers, under star-filled skies, in a world where magic and nature existed in perfect harmony? Chapter 2. Ancient Magical Civilizations. Ancient symbols etched in stone still pulse with dormant power, remnants of civilizations whose magical achievements continue to influence the modern wizarding world. Tonight, we journey through the veiled mists of time to explore the magical legacies of ancient civilizations, whose spells and enchantments laid the foundation for the magic we know today. The banks of the Nile River once witnessed extraordinary displays of magic that would astonish even the most accomplished modern wizards. Egyptian witches and wizards held revered positions within their society, serving as advisors to pharaohs and priests to a population that recognized and respected magical ability. Unlike the secrecy that would later become necessary, ancient Egyptian magic was practiced openly, woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily life and religious ceremony. Imagine standing in the cool shadows of a vast temple at Karnak, watching as Egyptian wizards performed intricate enchantments that caused massive stone blocks to float effortlessly into place. The air would shimmer with heat and magical energy as these skilled practitioners used wands crafted from sacred acacia wood, their hieroglyphic spells creating effects that non-magical observers would attribute to the favor of their gods. Egyptian magical innovation was particularly evident in their preservation spells. The enchantments used in mummification were so powerful that they continue to confound modern curse breakers like Bill Weasley, who worked tirelessly to safely dismantle the protective curses guarding ancient tombs. These preservation charms were so effective that many magical artifacts recovered from Egyptian tombs remain as potent today as when they were first created, their magic undimmed by the passage of millennia. The ancient Egyptians excelled in magical astronomy, creating enchanted tools that tracked the movement of celestial bodies with astonishing precision. Their star charts, preserved on papyrus with special inks brewed from rare magical plants and minerals, allowed them to predict astronomical events and harness the heightened magical energies that accompanied them. Some of these charts found their way into the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library, where they remain valuable references for advanced astronomy students. As we drift eastward on our historical journey, the magical achievements of ancient Mesopotamia emerge from the sands of time. In the shadow of ziggurats, Babylonian and Sumerian wizards developed complex systems of numerical magic that would later evolve into modern arithmancy. Their clay tablets, inscribed with cuneiform spells, contain some of the earliest known magical formulas for predicting the future and understanding the magical properties of numbers. Feel the rough texture of these clay tablets beneath your fingertips, the careful impressions still carrying the magical intent of their creators after thousands of years. The Babylonian approach to magic was methodical and precise, with an emphasis on the power of written spells that would later influence magical education throughout Europe and Asia. The civilization of ancient China offers yet another rich tapestry of magical tradition. Chinese wizards and witches developed sophisticated forms of potion making that required ingredients harvested according to the lunar calendar and prepared with tools made from specific materials. Their understanding of the magical properties of plants and creatures was so advanced that several of their ancient potion recipes remain in use today, particularly in healing applications. Chinese magical scholars were perhaps the first to document the magical properties of dragons extensively, establishing breeding preserves and studying these magnificent creatures with a blend of respect and scientific precision. The techniques they developed for safely handling dragon eggs and collecting dragon blood for use in potions were preserved in scrolls that eventually found their way to Europe along the Silk Road, significantly advancing Western understanding of dragonology. Across the Mediterranean, the magical traditions of ancient Greece flourished in harmony with their celebrated philosophical achievements. Greek wizarding schools emphasized the connection between magical theory and practice, encouraging students to understand not just how to perform spells but why they worked. This theoretical approach would later become a cornerstone of European magical education. Picture yourself seated in a secluded grove on the outskirts of Athens, listening as a wizard philosopher explains the fundamental principles of transfiguration. The olive trees rustle gently overhead as fellow students debate the ethical implications of transforming one living creature into another. This philosophical dimension to magical education was Greece's unique contribution, creating a framework for the responsible use of magical power that continues to influence wizarding ethics today. The Greeks were particularly skilled in magical architecture, creating structures with built-in enchantments that responded to specific needs. The original Parthenon contained hidden chambers, accessible only to those with magical ability, where important wizarding councils would meet to discuss matters affecting both magical and non-magical communities. These architectural enchantments were so subtly woven into the structure that they remained undetectable to Muggle visitors, an early example of the concealment magic that would later become essential to wizarding security. When Rome's influence expanded across the ancient world, their pragmatic approach to magic led to important advances in standardization and organization. Roman wizards established the first comprehensive magical legal system, creating regulations for everything from cauldron thickness to the proper containment of magical creatures. Many of these ancient laws formed the basis for later wizarding governance, including early versions of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. The Romans excelled in practical applications of magic, developing spells for infrastructure, agriculture, and warfare that prioritized efficiency and reliability. Their aqueducts, visible to Muggles but enhanced with undetectable preservation and purification charms, demonstrated their talent for combining magical and non-magical engineering. Roman battle wizards developed many of the protective enchantments still taught in defense against the dark arts, creating shields that could deflect both physical weapons and magical attacks. Imagine standing on the edge of the Roman Forum as wizard engineers cast weather-repelling charms over important public buildings, their wands moving in the precise, disciplined patterns that characterized Roman spellwork. The air would momentarily shimmer around the structures before the magic settled into the stone itself, becoming invisible but remaining active for centuries. This practical, long-lasting approach to enchantment became a hallmark of Roman magical achievement. In the Americas, isolated from European and Asian magical developments, native wizarding communities created entirely different magical traditions. The shamans of Mayan civilization developed transformation magic that allowed them to assume animal forms without the complex animagus training required by European methods. Their calendar system incorporated magical astronomical observations so precise that they could predict celestial alignments that heightened magical power, planning important enchantments to coincide with these moments of amplified energy. Incan wizards mastered earth magic in ways that European wizards never achieved, creating agricultural enchantments that allowed crops to flourish in the harsh mountain environment of the Andes. Their terraced fields were subtly enchanted to maintain optimal growing conditions, while protective spells kept predators at bay. The magical stonework of Machu Picchu contains enchantments so seamlessly integrated that modern cursebreakers can barely distinguish where the physical craftsmanship ends and the magic begins. Throughout sub-Saharan Africa, diverse magical traditions evolved that emphasized wandless magic and community ritual. African witches and wizards developed sophisticated systems for magical education that didn't rely on written texts, instead preserving their knowledge through oral tradition and memory techniques enhanced by specific magical plants. Their understanding of magical astronomy rivaled that of any ancient civilization, with stone circles and alignments serving as powerful magical tools for harnessing celestial energy. The ancient wizards of the Dogon people possessed astronomical knowledge that mystifies modern scholars, including detailed information about stars that wouldn't be discovered by Muggle astronomers until the invention of powerful telescopes. This knowledge influenced their magical practices, with certain spells only performed when specific stars aligned in particular configurations. In the far north, Norse magical practitioners developed weather magic of extraordinary power, able to control the fierce storms of the North Sea and Arctic. Their rune work, carved into stone and wood with magically enhanced tools, created protections and blessings that could last for generations. Viking wizard explorers carried these runic protections on their voyages, allowing them to safely navigate treacherous waters and establish settlements in harsh environments. The intersection of these diverse magical traditions occurred through trade, exploration, and occasionally, conflict. Magical knowledge spread along the same routes as goods and cultural practices, with spells and magical techniques adapted and transformed as they passed from one civilization to another. This cross-pollination of magical traditions created a rich tapestry of global wizardry that would eventually influence the founding of formal magical schools like Hogwarts. As these ancient civilizations rose and fell, their magical innovations endured, preserved in enchanted texts, oral traditions, and the living practice of spells passed from generation to generation. Modern wizardry stands upon this foundation, building on the achievements of these ancient practitioners while sometimes rediscovering magical techniques that had been lost to time. As you rest in the gentle embrace of approaching sleep, consider the threads of ancient magic that might run through the spells you most admire. What forgotten enchantments might still lie dormant in unexplored ruins, waiting for a curious witch or wizard to reawaken their power? And how might our understanding of magic transform if we could converse with the greatest magical minds of these ancient civilizations, whose perspective on the magical world was untouched by our modern assumptions and limitations? Chapter 3. The Medieval Period of Magic. Shadows stretch long across ancient stone walls as torchlight flickers in drafty castle corridors, a fitting backdrop for our exploration of the medieval period of magical history. This was an era of contrasts for the wizarding world, a time of significant advancement in magical theory and practice, yet also an age of persecution and increasing separation from the Muggle world. As we journey through the mist-shrouded landscapes of medieval Europe, we find a wizarding community in transition. The fall of the Western Roman Empire had scattered magical knowledge across the continent, with precious scrolls and artifacts preserved by dedicated witches and wizards who recognized their value. In remote monasteries, wizard monks worked alongside their non-magical brethren, secretly transcribing magical texts while appearing to copy religious manuscripts. Their patient work preserved countless spells and potion recipes that might otherwise have been lost to time. Picture a dimly lit scriptorium in a stone monastery perched on a windswept cliff. A wizard monk bends over his writing desk, carefully transferring ancient magical knowledge onto parchment with enchanted ink that appears ordinary to Muggle eyes, but reveals its true nature when viewed by a witch or wizard. The scratching of his quill mingles with the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks below, a rhythmic accompaniment to this vital work of preservation. The early medieval period saw the emergence of the first organized magical communities in Britain. As Muggle kingdoms rose and fell in constant conflict, wizarding families began to establish hidden enclaves where they could practice their abilities safely. These communities often formed around natural sources of magical power, certain forests, lakes, or stone circles that amplified magical energy and provided ingredients for potions and wand-making. In these secluded settlements, magical families developed distinct traditions and specialties. The Ollivanders had already begun their renowned wand-making business, carefully selecting wood from trees grown in magically potent soil and combining them with powerful magical cores. The Peverell family gained fame for their exceptional magical innovations, creating artifacts of such power that they would later become legendary. Other families specialized in magical beast taming, potion brewing, or healing magic, passing their expertise down through generations. The relationship between magical and non-magical societies during this period was complex and often dangerous. The rise of Christianity throughout Europe brought with it suspicion of magical practices, forcing witches and wizards to become increasingly secretive. What had once been an accepted, if somewhat feared, aspect of society gradually became viewed as heretical and dangerous. This growing hostility led to the development of more sophisticated concealment charms and the establishment of the first magically hidden locations. Small wizarding villages were rendered unplottable, impossible to place on any map and invisible to Muggle eyes. Individual wizarding homes were protected with repelling enchantments that gave Muggle visitors a sudden urge to be elsewhere. These protective measures, initially temporary responses to immediate threats, would eventually become standard practice throughout the wizarding world. Despite these challenges, the medieval period was remarkably productive for magical innovation. The foundations of modern transfiguration theory were established by Adrianus Florio, whose experiments with partial and complete transformations established principles still taught at Hogwarts today. The subtle art of potion making advanced significantly under the guidance of Zhu Yen, whose methodical approach to ingredient preparation and brewing temperatures brought new precision to this ancient practice. Imagine walking through a medieval market in a hidden wizarding settlement, the air filled with the mingled scents of herbs, potion ingredients, and freshly baked bread. Vendors call out their wares, self-stirring cauldrons, carefully preserved dragon heartstrings, and bundles of wand-quality wood harvested during the full moon. A witch demonstrates a newly developed cleaning charm to an appreciative audience, the simple yet effective spell representing the practical magic that improved daily life for the wizarding community. The medieval period also saw significant advancements in magical healing. The great healer Mungo Bonum developed treatments for magical maladies that had previously been considered incurable, establishing a small hospital in London that would eventually grow into St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. His work combining traditional herbal remedies with precise charm work saved countless lives and established healing as a respected magical discipline, requiring specialized training. As tensions with the Muggle world increased, medieval witches and wizards began developing early forms of what would later become the foundational spells of the Statute of Secrecy. Disillusionment charms became more sophisticated, allowing wizards to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Memory modification spells, originally crude and potentially harmful, were refined to allow for precise alteration of Muggle memories without causing damage. These defensive measures were born of necessity, but represented impressive magical innovation. The medieval witch hunts cast a long shadow over this period of wizarding history. Despite popular belief among Muggles, these persecutions rarely resulted in the capture of actual witches or wizards who could easily escape with magic. However, the psychological impact on the wizarding community was profound, accelerating the process of separation between the magical and non-magical worlds. Families with magical children became increasingly cautious about displaying magical ability, and accidental magic came to be feared not for itself, but for the attention it might draw. In one notable case, the witch Wendelin the Weird actually allowed herself to be captured and burned at the stake multiple times, having mastered a flame-freezing charm that rendered the experience pleasant rather than painful. While her approach was unusually whimsical, it demonstrated the relative ineffectiveness of Muggle persecution against trained witches and wizards. Nevertheless, the constant threat took its toll on the community as a whole. The brightest light in this challenging period was undoubtedly the founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry around 990 AD. The four greatest witches and wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, came together to create a safe place where young magical people could learn to control and develop their abilities away from suspicious Muggle eyes. The establishment of Hogwarts represented a turning point in magical education. Rather than the apprenticeship model that had dominated previously, students would now receive comprehensive instruction in all magical disciplines, regardless of their family background or natural aptitudes. This standardization of magical education helped unify the British wizarding community, creating shared practices and knowledge that transcended family traditions. Visualize the Scottish Highlands as they appeared when the founders first discovered the perfect location for their school. Mist curls around the base of mountains reflected in a vast, dark lake. The land itself seems to hum with magical potential as the four powerful witches and wizards begin the immense task of creating what would become one of the most magical buildings in Britain. Their combined enchantments sink deep into the very foundation of the castle, creating a structure that would adapt and evolve over the centuries while maintaining its essential character. Beyond the borders of Britain, other medieval magical communities were developing their own educational approaches. Bulls-Beton's Academy in France and the Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe were established during this period, each reflecting the magical cultures of their regions. The existence of these schools created opportunities for international magical cooperation and exchange, though rivalry between institutions was also common. The medieval period also saw the formation of the earliest version of the Wizengamot, initially a gathering of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain, who came together to adjudicate serious magical crimes and establish standards for the community. This early magical governance, while primitive by modern standards, laid the groundwork for the more formal ministry of magic that would emerge centuries later. One of the most significant achievements of medieval wizardry was the development of the Patronus charm. In an age when Dementors roamed more freely, affecting both magical and Muggle populations, the ability to conjure a guardian of pure positive energy represented a crucial defense. The witch Elias is credited with first perfecting the charm, his mouse Patronus famously saving an entire village from a Dementor attack despite its small size. The complex relationship between medieval wizardry and alchemy deserves special mention. Alchemists like Nicholas Flamel worked at the intersection of magic, science, and spirituality, seeking to understand the fundamental nature of substances and their transformations. Flamel's creation of the Philosopher's Stone represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, though the discipline as a whole contributed numerous discoveries about the magical properties of metals and minerals that would inform both transfiguration and potion making. As the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance, the wizarding world had established many of its enduring institutions and practices. The increasing separation from Muggle society, while initially a defensive measure, had fostered a distinct magical culture with its own traditions, values, and achievements. The foundations laid during these challenging centuries would support the flourishing of magical knowledge and practice in the ages to come. As you drift toward the edges of consciousness, consider the medieval witches and wizards who practiced their art by candlelight, developing spells and brewing potions that would be used for centuries afterward. How might their perspective on the proper relationship between magical and non-magical communities differ from our modern understanding? And what forgotten medieval magical innovations might still lie hidden in ancient grimoires, waiting for a contemporary witch or wizard to rediscover their power? Chapter 4. The Founding of Magical Education. Knowledge, like a well-tended garden, flourishes most beautifully when carefully cultivated by dedicated hands. Tonight, we explore how the seeds of magical education were planted and nurtured through the centuries, growing into the established institutions that have shaped generations of witches and wizards. Before formal schools existed, magical education occurred primarily through apprenticeship. Young witches and wizards showing magical ability would be placed with established practitioners who would guide their development over many years. This intimate form of education allowed for close supervision and personalized instruction, but was limited by the knowledge and abilities of the individual teacher. A child apprenticed to a healer might become exceptionally skilled in magical remedies, but remain almost entirely untrained in defensive magic or transfiguration. The earliest organized magical schools emerged in regions where magical communities had achieved sufficient stability and size to support communal education. In ancient Egypt, temples dedicated to Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic, served as centers of magical learning, where promising students were taught by priest-wizards who specialized in different magical disciplines. These temple schools maintained extensive libraries of magical scrolls and trained students in a comprehensive curriculum that included transfiguration, charm work, astronomical magic, and protective enchantments. Imagine walking through the cool stone corridors of such a temple school, the walls adorned with magical hieroglyphs that subtly shift and change when observed by magical eyes. Young apprentices sit cross-legged on reed mats, practicing wand movements with slender rods of acacia wood, while their instructors move quietly among them, making gentle corrections and offering words of encouragement. The sound of chanted incantations echoes softly, mingling with the distant flow of the Nile and creating a peaceful atmosphere of focused learning. In China, magical education was integrated with traditional scholarly training. Wizard scholars established academies where magical theory was studied alongside philosophy, astronomy, and mathematics. These schools emphasized the connections between different branches of knowledge, teaching students to see magic as part of a unified understanding of the universe, rather than as a separate discipline. Chinese magical education placed particular emphasis on the ethical use of magic, with students spending years studying the proper application of their abilities before learning the most powerful spells. As we move forward in time, we find that early medieval Europe saw the emergence of small, informal gatherings of magical practitioners who would meet to exchange knowledge and train promising young witches and wizards. These loose associations, often meeting in forest clearings or hidden caves, represented the first step toward organized magical education in Europe. However, they remained secretive and impermanent, vulnerable to the increasing suspicion of magic that characterized the early medieval period. The true foundation of formalized Western magical education came with the establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry around the year 990 AD. The four founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, were among the greatest witches and wizards of their age, each bringing unique magical talents and educational philosophies to the project. The story of Hogwarts' founding has been romanticized over the centuries, but historical records preserved in the school's archives provide a clearer picture of this momentous event. The four founders came together in a time of increasing persecution of magical individuals, united by a vision of creating a safe haven where magical children could develop their abilities without fear. They sought a location far from Muggle settlements, eventually discovering the perfect site in the Scottish Highlands, a place naturally imbued with magical energy and protected by mountains and a vast lake. Feel the cool highland breeze against your face as you envision the founders standing on the empty hilltop where Hogwarts would eventually rise. Rowena Ravenclaw, known for her extraordinary intellect, carefully plots the magical alignments that will maximize the castle's magical potency. Godric Gryffindor, brave and bold, casts powerful protective enchantments around the perimeter of the grounds. Helga Hufflepuff, with her gift for healing and nurturing magic, infuses the very soil with spells of growth and renewal. And Salazar Slytherin, master of subtle and ambitious magic, begins the complex enchantments that will allow the castle to adapt and change over the centuries. The construction of Hogwarts Castle was itself a remarkable magical achievement. The founders didn't merely build a structure, they created a semi-sentient magical entity, a building capable of change and adaptation. The moving staircases, secret passages, and rooms that appear only when needed were all part of the original design, intended to create an environment that would continuously challenge and engage students while keeping them safe from outside threats. The educational approach established by the founders set the pattern for magical education that would be followed for centuries. Students would be sorted into houses based on their character and aptitudes, creating smaller communities within the larger school. They would progress through 7 years of increasingly advanced instruction, learning the theory and practice of all major magical disciplines regardless of their natural inclinations or family backgrounds. This comprehensive approach represented a significant departure from the specialized apprenticeship model that had dominated previously. The founding of Hogwarts inspired similar developments across Europe. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic was established in the Pyrenees Mountains around 1290, serving magical communities across France, Spain, Portugal, and Luxembourg. The elegant palace school emphasized grace and refinement alongside magical prowess, reflecting the cultural values of its founders. Beauxbatons developed particular excellence in charm work and magical artistry, producing many of history's most accomplished magical composers, dancers, and clothing enchanters. Further north, the Durmstrang Institute was founded around 1294, providing education for young witches and wizards from Scandinavia, Northern and Eastern Europe. Durmstrang's curriculum placed greater emphasis on martial magic and survival skills, reflecting the harsh environment in which the school was established. Unlike Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, Durmstrang maintained a policy of not accepting Muggle-born students for much of its history, a controversial stance that reflected ongoing tensions within the European magical community. These three schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, formed the core of European magical education for centuries, each developing distinct traditions and specialties while maintaining friendly competition through events like the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The establishment of these institutions coincided with a period of increasing formalization in magical society, as wizarding communities developed more structured governance and regulation of magical practice. Beyond Europe, other magical traditions established their own educational systems. Ugadu, the African school of magic, is believed to be even older than Hogwarts, founded at least 2,000 years ago in the Mountains of the Moon. Ugadu became renowned for its emphasis on astronomy, self-transfiguration, and wandless magic, with students learning to cast spells using hand gestures rather than wands. The school's graduates have historically demonstrated remarkable proficiency in weather magic and animal transformations, skills that reflect the school's deep connection to the natural world. In North America, magical education followed a different pattern. Before the establishment of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the 17th century, Native American magical communities maintained their own educational traditions, with young witches and wizards learning from tribal elders and medicine men who possessed magical knowledge. These traditions emphasized harmony with nature and community responsibility, with magic viewed as a gift to be used for the benefit of all, rather than for individual advancement. The founding of Ilvermorny by Irish immigrant Iseult Sayre and her nomad husband James Stewart represented a blending of European magical traditions with Native American influences. The school's four houses, Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie, reflected this cultural fusion, honoring magical creatures significant to Native American magical communities, while following the house structure pioneered at Hogwarts. In South America, Castelo Bruxo was established in the Amazon rainforest, becoming renowned for its excellence in herbology and magizoology due to the incredible biodiversity of its surroundings. In Japan, Mao Tokoro's School of Magic began as a day school for young children before expanding to provide full magical education, with students receiving enchanted robes that changed color as they increased in magical proficiency. The establishment of these formal schools represented a crucial development in wizarding society, creating standardized approaches to magical education that ensured consistent training across generations. The schools also served as repositories of magical knowledge, their libraries preserving rare texts, and their experienced faculty maintaining practical skills that might otherwise have been lost through the generations. However, formal education did not entirely replace family traditions and specialized training. Many magical families continued to provide early magical education to their children before they attended school, passing down family-specific spells and techniques. After completing their formal education, witches and wizards with particular interests or talents often sought additional specialized training through apprenticeships or independent study. The tension between standardized magical education and more individualized approaches has continued throughout wizarding history. Formal schools ensure that all young witches and wizards receive comprehensive training in the fundamental magical disciplines, creating a shared foundation of knowledge and practice that unites the wizarding community. Yet the most innovative and specialized magic often emerges from those who pursue their own path of study beyond the established curriculum, exploring new applications and combinations of magical principles. As you drift towards sleep, consider the young witches and wizards who have passed through the gates of these ancient schools over the centuries, each generation building upon the knowledge of those who came before. What magical discoveries might have been made in the quiet corners of these institutions, innovations shared between students that eventually transformed the wider wizarding world, and how might your own approach to magic have been shaped differently if you had studied at Ugadu rather than Hogwarts, or learned your craft from a single master rather than in a formal school? Chapter 5. Great Magical Discoveries. Brilliant flashes of insight illuminate the corridors of magical history. Moments when a witch or wizard's persistence, creativity, or fortunate accident led to breakthroughs that transformed our understanding of magic forever. Tonight, we journey through time to explore these watershed moments in magical discovery, the innovations that shaped the wizarding world as we know it today. Perhaps no magical discovery has had more profound implications than the development of wand lore and the creation of the first magical wands. Before wands, magical practitioners channeled their abilities through staffs, jewels, or even their bare hands. But these methods lacked precision and often required greater magical strength. The innovation of the wand, a slender instrument containing a magical core, revolutionized spellcasting by allowing for more refined control and amplification of magical intent. The earliest confirmed wands date back to ancient Egypt and were crafted from papyrus reeds with cores of phoenix feather. However, European wand-making truly flourished under the guidance of early wand-makers like Gerent Ollivander, who established his family's wand-making business in 382 B.C. Ollivander's revolutionary insight was the importance of matching a wand to its wizard, recognizing that the wand itself possessed a form of consciousness that would choose its ideal wielder. Imagine standing in Ollivander's original shop, the air heavy with dust and magical potential. Shelves lined with narrow boxes stretch into the shadows as the wand maker studies your features, considering which combination of wood and core might resonate with your magical essence. This personalized approach to wand making, treating each wand as a unique magical entity rather than an interchangeable tool, fundamentally changed how wizards understood their relationship with their most essential magical instrument. The discovery of the 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood by Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel in the late 19th century represents another pivotal moment in magical research. Their painstaking work revealed that this powerful magical substance could serve as an oven cleaner, a spot remover for particularly stubborn magical stains, a cure for certain magical ailments, an unmatched potion strengthener, and even as a component in exceptionally powerful magical inks. Among other applications, their research methodology was as significant as the discovery itself, establishing new standards for experimental magical practice. The discovery of the 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood by Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel in the late 19th century represents another pivotal moment in magical research. Their painstaking work revealed that this powerful magical substance could serve as an oven cleaner, a spot remover for particularly stubborn magical stains, a cure for certain magical ailments, an unmatched potion strengthener, and even as a component in exceptionally powerful magical inks, among other applications. Their research methodology was as significant as the discovery itself, establishing new standards for experimental magical practice. Dumbledore and Flamel documented each step of their experiments, tested their hypotheses systematically, and invited peer review from other accomplished wizards, approaches that would later become standard in magical research, but were revolutionary at the time. Few magical discoveries have sparked more controversy than the creation of the Philosopher's Stone by Nicholas Flamel in the 14th century. After decades of alchemical experimentation, Flamel succeeded in producing a substance that could transform base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting its user extended longevity. This achievement represented the pinnacle of alchemical ambition and demonstrated the profound possibilities that existed at the intersection of magic, science, and philosophy. The Philosopher's Stone's creation prompted serious ethical debates within the wizarding community about the natural limits of life and the potential economic disruption that unlimited gold could cause. These discussions led to some of the first international magical regulations concerning experimental magic, establishing principles that would later inform the work of the Department of Mysteries and other magical research institutions. A more practical yet no less transformative discovery came with the development of the Flu network in the 13th century. Before this innovation, wizarding transportation over long distances was difficult and sometimes dangerous, requiring either apparition, which many wizards found challenging, or broomstick flight, which was slow and exposed travelers to the elements. The Flu network, initially connecting just a handful of wizarding homes in London, revolutionized magical transportation by allowing near-instantaneous travel between connected fireplaces. Feel the strange sensation of flow travel, the spinning disorientation, the glimpses of other wizarding hearths flashing past, the warm ash swirling around you before you're deposited at your destination. This network, expanded and regulated over the centuries, fundamentally changed wizarding society by making distance almost irrelevant, allowing for greater unity in wizarding communities spread across vast geographical areas. The creation of the first Patronus charm represents one of the most significant defensive magical innovations, developed by the ancient British witch Elias, during a period when Dementor attacks on wizarding and Muggle communities were frequent and devastating. The charm provided the first effective defense against these soul-draining creatures. Elias discovered that focusing intently on a powerful happy memory while performing the correct wand movement could produce a guardian of pure positive energy, a Patronus capable of repelling Dementors. The most remarkable aspect of Elias's discovery was that the form and power of a Patronus was linked to the caster's personality and emotional state, making each manifestation unique to the wizard or witch who conjured it. This connection between emotional well-being and magical efficacy represented a significant advancement in understanding the psychological dimensions of spellcasting. In the field of magical communication, the development of the Protean charm by the witch Perpetua Fancourt in the 18th century created new possibilities for coordinated action among witches and wizards. The charm, which allows changes made to one object to be reflected in other linked objects, initially seemed like a minor magical curiosity. However, its applications proved enormously valuable, from coordinating resistance movements during goblin rebellions to the modern enchanted coins used by Dumbledore's army. The creation of self-stirring cauldrons in the early 15th century may seem mundane compared to these more dramatic discoveries, but this innovation transformed the practice of potion making. Before self-stirring cauldrons, brewing complex potions required constant attention, limiting how many potions could be prepared simultaneously and increasing the risk of dangerous errors. The enchanted cauldrons, first created by the Italian potioneer Gandolphus Graves, allowed for more precise and consistent brewing while freeing the potioneer to focus on other aspects of preparation. Picture a medieval potion workshop before and after this innovation. Initially, apprentices stand over bubbling cauldrons, arms aching from constant stirring, counting each rotation with weary concentration. After Graves' innovation, the same workshop becomes a place of greater efficiency and creativity, enchanted stirring rods maintaining perfect rhythm while potioneers focus on perfecting ingredient preparation and developing new recipes. The field of magical creation reached new heights with Bridget Wenlock's discovery of the magical properties of the number 7 in the 13th century. Her groundbreaking work in arithmancy demonstrated that 7 was the most powerfully magical number, a finding that would influence countless magical innovations thereafter. Wenlock's research showed that spells, potions, and magical constructs incorporating 7 elements often possessed greater stability and potency than those based on other numerical foundations. Wenlock's insights led to the reformulation of many existing magical practices to incorporate this powerful number: 7-step brewing processes, 7-part incantations, and eventually, Hogwarts' 7-year educational structure. Her work also established arithmancy as a rigorous magical discipline, rather than the somewhat superstitious practice it had been previously. In the realm of magical zoology, Newt Scamander's pioneering field research in the early 20th century transformed our understanding of magical creatures. Before Scamander's work, many magical beasts were viewed primarily as sources of potion ingredients, or as dangerous nuisances to be eliminated. His patient observations and careful documentation revealed the intelligence, complex social structures, and unique magical properties of creatures from the thunderbird to the bowtruckle. Scamander's most significant contribution was demonstrating that many supposedly dangerous magical creatures posed little threat when approached with proper understanding and respect. His best-selling book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, became not just a valuable reference, but a compelling argument for magical creature conservation that would eventually influence Ministry of Magic policies and regulations. The invention of the Wolfsbane potion by Damocles Belby in the 1970s represented a true breakthrough for those afflicted with lycanthropy. Before this discovery, werewolves lost all human consciousness during their transformations, becoming dangerous to others and suffering physical and psychological trauma with each full moon. Belby's complex potion, while not curing the condition, allowed werewolves to retain their human mind during transformation, dramatically improving their quality of life and reducing the stigma associated with the condition. The development of the time turner in the late 19th century pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish, creating limited but functional manipulation of time itself. These devices, created through a combination of enchantment, potion work, and astronomical calculations, allowed users to revisit specific moments in the recent past, an achievement previously thought impossible, even with the most powerful magic. The Ministry of Magic recognized the extraordinary potential and danger of time turners immediately, placing them under the strictest possible regulations and eventually housing them in the Department of Mysteries. The careful restrictions placed on these devices represented a growing sophistication in magical governance, acknowledging that some magical innovations required control beyond the judgment of individual witches and wizards. Perhaps the most mysterious and profound magical discovery occurred in the Department of Mysteries itself, with the identification and study of the fundamental magical forces represented in the department's various chambers. The research conducted in the Love Chamber, in particular, confirmed what many wizards had long suspected, that love constituted a form of magic more ancient and powerful than any spell or enchantment, capable of creating protections that could withstand even the most formidable dark magic. This research, much of which remains classified, suggested that the deepest and most powerful magic exists, not in wands or incantations, but in the fundamental forces that shape both the wizarding and muggle worlds alike. This discovery humbled many in the magical research community, suggesting that centuries of magical innovation had only begun to scratch the surface of what magic truly was and could be. As you drift towards sleep, consider the witches and wizards whose curiosity and persistence led to these remarkable discoveries. In many cases, they dedicated decades to their work, facing skepticism, failure, and occasionally danger in pursuit of new magical knowledge. What undiscovered magical principles might still await the right researcher asking the right questions? And how might our understanding of magic continue to evolve, building upon these foundational discoveries, while perhaps challenging our most basic assumptions about the nature of magical power itself? Chapter 6. The International Development of Magic. Magic flows across borders like wind over mountains, taking on unique characteristics shaped by the landscape, culture, and history of each region it touches. Tonight we journey around the wizarding world to explore how different magical traditions developed, influenced one another, and ultimately created the rich tapestry of international magical practice that exists today. While European magical traditions dominate many historical accounts, magic has flourished independently across every inhabited continent, with each culture developing distinctive approaches based on their unique circumstances and needs. These different magical traditions evolved in relative isolation for thousands of years before increased global travel and communication began to create opportunities for magical exchange and cross-pollination. In East Asia, magical traditions developed with a strong emphasis on harmony and balance. Chinese wizards and witches practiced a form of magic deeply integrated with natural philosophy, viewing magical energy as part of the same fundamental forces that governed the physical world. Their approach to magical education emphasized the connections between seemingly disparate branches of magic, with students learning to see how transfiguration, charms, and potion-making all drew upon the same underlying principles. Imagine walking through a traditional Chinese magical garden, where every element has been arranged according to precise magical principles. Cherry trees bloom out of season, their petals slowly spiraling downward in patterns that form characters from ancient magical texts when viewed from the correct angle. Koi fish in a pond swim in formations that strengthen the protective enchantments surrounding the property, their scales shimmering with subtle magic. This integration of beauty, function, and magical theory typifies the holistic approach of East Asian magical tradition. Japanese magical practice developed its own distinctive character, heavily influenced by isolation and the unique magical creatures native to the Japanese islands. Japanese witches and wizards became particularly skilled in weather magic, developing techniques to control the typhoons that regularly threatened their islands. Their wand work was characterized by precise, minimal movements, an economy of motion that reflected broader cultural aesthetics, while maximizing magical efficiency. The Mahotokoro School of Magic, perched on the volcanic island of Manami Iwo Jima, became renowned for its excellence in astronomy and divination. Students at Mahotokoro received enchanted robes that grew with them and changed color to reflect their magical progress, an innovation that demonstrated Japan's particular expertise in charm work related to magical objects. These robes would gradually shift from pink to gold as students mastered increasingly difficult magic, with the most accomplished students wearing robes that gleamed like pure gold. In the Indian subcontinent, magical traditions developed with a strong emphasis on wandless magic, with practitioners mastering mental discipline that allowed them to channel magical energy directly without the intermediary of a wand. Indian wizards became particularly accomplished in levitation and transformation magic, developing techniques that allowed for self-transformation far beyond what European animagi could achieve. The Indian magical community maintained closer ties with their non-magical neighbors than was common in Europe, with magical healers openly offering their services in many regions, and magical practitioners often serving as advisors to Mughal rulers. This relationship began to change with European colonization, when the imposition of European-style international statutes of secrecy created tensions within the Indian magical community about how to preserve their traditions while adapting to new global magical regulations. African magical traditions are perhaps the most diverse of any continent, reflecting the vast cultural and environmental differences across the region. The wizards of ancient Egypt developed sophisticated magical architecture and preservation spells, while West African magical communities excelled in magical metallurgy, creating enchanted tools and weapons of extraordinary power and durability. East African magical practitioners became renowned for their expertise in astronomical magic, developing spells tied to specific star alignments that could only be cast during particular celestial configurations. Ouagadougou, the African school of magic located in the mountains of the moon, became famous for its emphasis on astronomy and self-transfiguration. Unlike European schools, Ouagadougou students traditionally cast spells with pointing or hand gestures rather than wands, continuing an ancient tradition of wandless magic that predated the development of European wand lore. Ouagadougou graduates became particularly accomplished in transfiguration, with many achieving animagus transformations at a younger age than their European counterparts. Feel the cool night air of the mountains of the moon as Ouagadougou students gather on the school's observation platforms for their midnight astronomy lessons. The stars seem close enough to touch from this elevation, their light illuminating the faces of students as they practice the precise hand movements that will channel their magic effectively. A teacher demonstrates a complex self-transfiguration, her arm temporarily becoming the wing of an eagle before returning to human form. The transition smooth and controlled in a way that would impress even Minerva McGonagall. The magical traditions of the Americas developed in isolation from those of Europe, Africa, and Asia until relatively recent centuries. Native American magical communities integrated their practice seamlessly with spiritual traditions, with magical healing, divination, and protection forming core elements of tribal life. These magical traditions were deeply connected to the land itself, with certain locations recognized as sources of particular magical power, where spells could be cast with greater strength and precision. Native American wizards excelled in magical communication over vast distances, developing methods to transmit messages using smoke signals, enhanced with charms that ensured they reached only their intended recipients. They also pioneered a form of community-based protective magic, where multiple witches and wizards would combine their power to shield entire settlements from both magical and non-magical threats, a practice that required exceptional coordination and trust among practitioners. The arrival of European wizards in the Americas created both conflict and eventual cross-fertilization of magical practices. European magical immigrants brought their wands, spellbooks, and magical creatures to the New World, while gradually adopting elements of Native American magical wisdom, particularly in areas related to magical herbology and the properties of native magical plants and creatures. Ilvermorny's school of witchcraft and wizardry, founded in the 17th century by Irish immigrant Iseult Sayre and her no-maj husband James Stewart, embodied this cultural blending. While structured similarly to Hogwarts with its 4 houses and formal curriculum, Ilvermorny incorporated numerous elements from Native American magical tradition, particularly in its approach to magical creature care and herbology. South and Central American magical traditions developed with particular emphasis on astronomical magic and the creation of magical objects. Ancient Mayan wizard priests created calendars of such astronomical precision and magical potency that they could predict celestial alignments centuries in the future, and use these moments to cast spells of extraordinary power. Incan magical practitioners excelled in weather magic and agricultural enchantments, developing techniques to protect high-altitude crops from frost and to ensure adequate rainfall during dry seasons. Castelo Bruxo, the prestigious Brazilian school of magic located in the Amazon rainforest, became renowned for its expertise in herbology and magizoology, fields naturally suited to its location amidst the greatest biodiversity on Earth. The school's small jade statues that patrol its grounds, animated by enchantments of immense sophistication and longevity, demonstrate the region's particular excellence in the creation of magical guardians. The international development of magic was dramatically accelerated by the establishment of the International Confederation of Wizards in 1663, following the implementation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. This body created the first formal channels for magical cooperation across borders, allowing for the exchange of knowledge, regulation of magical creatures, and coordination of responses to magical threats that crossed national boundaries. The Great Sasquatch Rebellion of 1892 in North America demonstrated both the challenges and necessity of international magical cooperation. When Sasquatches across the continent simultaneously revolted against wizard restrictions, magical governments from Canada, the United States, and Mexico were forced to coordinate their response, leading to the establishment of the first International Magical Task Force. This incident prompted the creation of more permanent structures for international magical law enforcement, eventually leading to cooperative agreements between magical law enforcement agencies worldwide. International magical sporting events, particularly the Quidditch World Cup, have played a surprisingly significant role in the exchange of magical techniques across cultures. The first Quidditch World Cup, held in 1473, brought together wizards from across Europe, creating opportunities for informal knowledge sharing alongside the sporting competition. As the tournament expanded to include teams from other continents, it became an important venue for magical communities to showcase their distinctive skills and learn from one another in a context of friendly competition. The global wizarding war of the 1940s, sparked by Gellert Grindelwald's attempt to overturn the International Statute of Secrecy and establish wizard dominance over Muggles, represented a dark chapter in international magical relations, but ultimately strengthened global magical cooperation. The international coalition that formed to oppose Grindelwald created lasting diplomatic channels between previously isolated magical communities, leading to increased exchange of magical knowledge and techniques in the post-war period. More recently, international cooperation in magical education has expanded significantly, with exchange programs allowing students to spend time studying at magical institutions outside their home countries. These programs have accelerated the cross-fertilization of magical techniques, with innovations spreading rapidly across borders and being adapted to local conditions and traditions. This international exchange has been particularly fruitful in the field of healing magic. The Wizard Hospital in St. Mungo's in London now regularly hosts healers from magical communities around the world, sharing techniques and approaches to treating magical maladies. A Brazilian healer might demonstrate the use of Amazonian plants in treating dragonpox, while a Japanese magical medic shares methods for addressing magical exhaustion using techniques developed at Mahota Koro. Despite this increasing internationalization, distinctive regional magical traditions continue to thrive and evolve. The global wizarding community has generally recognized that magical diversity represents a strength rather than a weakness, with different approaches to similar magical challenges, often yielding complementary solutions. Modern magical education increasingly emphasizes this diversity, teaching students to appreciate the varying approaches to magic developed across cultures. As you drift towards sleep, consider the vast tapestry of magical tradition that has developed across our world, each thread representing a culture's unique contribution to our understanding of magical possibility. What undiscovered magical techniques might exist in traditions you've never encountered? How might your own approach to magic be enriched by exploring the wisdom of magical communities beyond your familiar experience? And what new innovations might emerge from the continuing dialogue between diverse magical traditions in our increasingly connected wizarding world? Chapter 7. Magic Through the Ages. Time flows like a gentle river, carrying with it the evolution of magical practice as spells are created, modified, and sometimes forgotten. Tonight, we trace the subtle transformations of magical techniques across the centuries, observing how the fundamental understanding of magic has both changed and remained constant from ancient times to the present day. The earliest magical practitioners viewed their abilities not as a separate force, but as an extension of the natural world. Ancient shamans and healers believed they were simply channeling energies already present in plants, animals, and the earth itself. Their incantations were often rhythmic chants, designed to align the practitioner with these natural forces, rather than to impose their will upon them. This relationship with magic was deeply reverent, acknowledging the practitioner as a conduit rather than a controller of magical power. In the stone circles of ancient Britain, druidic wizards performed complex rituals timed to celestial events, their magic waxing and waning with the cycles of the moon and the changing seasons. These practitioners understood instinctively what modern magical theorists would later codify, that certain types of magic are most potent when performed under specific astronomical conditions. Their wands, often made from oak or yew with cores of unicorn hair, connected them to the ancient forests that covered much of the land. Imagine standing within one of these sacred circles during the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. The air is crisp with frost, your breath visible in the pre-dawn light. Around you, robed figures move in carefully choreographed patterns, their wands tracing glowing symbols that linger momentarily in the air. As the first rays of sunlight breach the horizon, perfectly aligned with the entrance stones, the assembled wizards channel their combined power into spells of protection and renewal that will safeguard their community through the coming year. The classical period brought significant changes to magical practice, particularly in the Mediterranean world. Greek wizards, influenced by the philosophical traditions of their culture, began to approach magic more analytically. They developed the first systematic theories of magical energy, attempting to classify different types of spells according to their fundamental principles rather than simply their effects. This theoretical approach laid the groundwork for the formal magical education that would develop centuries later. Roman wizards, practical and methodical, standardized magical techniques across their vast empire. They created the first comprehensive spell manuals, with precise instructions for wand movements and incantations. Many of the Latin-based spells still used today, Wingardium Leviosa, Expelliarmus, Lumos, have their roots in this period of Roman magical codification. The Romans also established the first regulated system for magical creature classification, setting standards that would influence magical zoology for centuries to come. The medieval period saw magic driven further into secrecy as Muggle superstition and religious fervor made open practice increasingly dangerous. This era of caution paradoxically led to significant magical innovation, as witches and wizards developed more subtle techniques that could be performed without detection. Disillusionment charms became more sophisticated, while non-verbal spellcasting, previously considered an advanced technique for exceptional wizards, became more widely practiced out of necessity. During this period, magical knowledge was preserved in hidden libraries and passed through family lines or trusted apprenticeships. Grimoires from this era often contained spells written in complex codes or invisible ink that would only reveal itself to the touch of a wand. These security measures sometimes resulted in valuable magical knowledge being lost when the last practitioner of a family line died without passing on their decryption methods. The founding of Hogwarts and other formal magical schools in the late 10th and early 11th centuries marked a turning point in magical practice. For the first time, students received comprehensive education across all magical disciplines rather than specializing based on family tradition or the expertise of a single master. This standardization created a more uniform approach to basic spellcasting while providing a strong foundation for later specialization. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet as you walk through the corridors of early Hogwarts, the castle still new and unfamiliar to the wizarding world. In classrooms lit by floating candles, students from diverse magical backgrounds share their family techniques, creating an unprecedented exchange of magical knowledge. A young witch from a long line of healers demonstrates a wound-cleaning spell her grandmother taught her, while a wizard whose family specialized in magical construction shows a variation of the strengthening charm that could make wooden structures as durable as stone. The Renaissance period brought a new spirit of exploration and innovation to magical practice. Wizards began to systematically test the boundaries of established magical theory, questioning assumptions that had been accepted for centuries. This era saw the development of more complex forms of transfiguration, including the first documented instances of human transfiguration beyond simple appearance changes. The animagus transformation was refined during this period, with the process becoming better understood even as it remained extraordinarily difficult. Potion making advanced significantly during the Renaissance, as wizards applied more rigorous experimental methods to this ancient art. The standardization of ingredient preparation, brewing temperatures, and stirring patterns led to more consistent results and allowed for greater innovation. Potions that had previously been considered temperamental or unreliable became standard elements of the magical pharmacopoeia, while entirely new concoctions expanded the boundaries of what potion magic could achieve. The 17th century brought perhaps the most significant shift in wizarding society, with the implementation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689. This formal separation from the Muggle world profoundly affected magical practice, allowing for more open use of magic within exclusively wizarding spaces, while requiring greater caution in mixed areas. The development of unplottable locations, expanded use of Muggle-repelling charms, and the creation of the Flu network all responded to this new reality of intentional separation. The Industrial Revolution in the Muggle world was paralleled by a period of magical mechanization, as wizards explored ways to combine traditional spellwork with more systematic production methods. This era saw the development of self-stirring cauldrons, automated knitting needles, and the first prototype of the magical printing press that would eventually produce the Daily Prophet. While these innovations maintained their magical character, they reflected a new interest in creating tools that could perform consistent magic without constant wizard supervision. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw a renewed interest in ancient magical practices, with researchers exploring traditional techniques that had fallen out of common use. This period of magical archaeological research revealed that some innovations were actually rediscoveries of methods known to ancient practitioners, but subsequently forgotten. The renowned cursebreaker Urquhart Rakharo caused a sensation when he demonstrated that certain protective enchantments used by Egyptian wizard priests were actually more effective than their modern counterparts, leading to a revival of these ancient techniques in contemporary practice. The two wizarding wars of the 20th century, first against Gellert Grindelwald and later against Lord Voldemort, drove significant developments in defensive magic. The need for reliable protection against dark magic accelerated research into counter-curses, shield charms, and protective enchantments. Auror training became more rigorous, incorporating elements from international magical traditions as the wizarding world united against common threats. The Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, serving as the training ground for Dumbledore's army, demonstrated how even students could master advanced defensive magic when necessity demanded it. Throughout these historical shifts, certain aspects of magical practice have remained remarkably constant. The fundamental connection between a witch or wizard's intent and the magical effect they produce has been recognized across cultures and throughout time. The importance of precise wand movement, clear incantation, whether spoken or unspoken, and focused concentration appears in magical instruction manuals from ancient Rome to modern Britain. These constants suggest that despite centuries of refinement and innovation, the essential nature of magic itself remains unchanged. The evolution of spell creation illustrates both the constants and the changes in magical practice through the ages. New spells have always emerged through a combination of inspiration, experimentation, and careful refinement. Ancient spell creators often worked intuitively, making incremental adjustments to existing incantations and wand movements until they achieved the desired effect. Modern spell creation involves more systematic testing, with magical theorists analyzing the precise relationship between specific syllables in incantations and their magical outcomes. The Half-Blood Prince's Annotated Potions textbook, discovered by Harry Potter during his 6th year at Hogwarts, demonstrates how individual innovation continues to advance magical practice even within standardized disciplines. Severus Snape's adjustments to traditional potion recipes, stirring counterclockwise instead of clockwise, crushing ingredients rather than cutting them, produced superior results by challenging conventional methods. This form of practical experimentation represents one of the most consistent sources of magical advancement throughout the ages. The relationship between magical innovation and tradition has always been complex and sometimes contentious. Magical communities tend to be conservative, valuing proven techniques and approaching new methods with caution, a reasonable response given the potentially dangerous consequences of magical experimentation. Yet throughout history, individual practitioners have pushed boundaries, questioned established practices, and introduced innovations that eventually became standard. Consider how the Patronus charm, now taught to advanced students at Hogwarts, was once considered almost impossible to master. When first developed by the ancient British witch Elias, the charm was thought to be beyond the capabilities of ordinary wizards. Over centuries, refinements in the teaching of the charm and greater understanding of the psychological elements involved made the spell challenging but achievable for determined witches and wizards. This pattern of extraordinary magic, gradually becoming more accessible through improved instruction and deeper theoretical understanding, has repeated countless times throughout magical history. The recovery of lost magical knowledge remains an active field of research, with historians and archivists continuing to discover forgotten spells, potions, and magical techniques in ancient texts. The Department of Mysteries maintains a division dedicated to evaluating rediscovered magic, determining whether ancient practices can be safely reintroduced to modern wizarding society. This process requires careful consideration, as some historical magical practices were abandoned for good reason. They proved too dangerous, unpredictable, or ethically problematic to continue. As magical education has evolved, certain skills once considered essential have become specialized knowledge, practiced by only a few wizards in their professional capacity. Complex enchantments for creating magical objects, once part of a well-rounded magical education, are now primarily performed by specialist craftspeople. This specialization allows for greater mastery within specific fields, but has perhaps reduced the general magical versatility of the average witch or wizard compared to their historical counterparts. The tension between magical specialization and comprehensive knowledge continues to shape magical education and practice. Hogwarts and other magical schools strive to provide students with a strong foundation across all magical disciplines, while acknowledging that true mastery in any single area requires focused study beyond the standard curriculum. This balance between breadth and depth of magical knowledge has shifted throughout history, responding to the changing needs of wizarding society. As you drift towards sleep, consider the witches and wizards of different eras practicing their craft, from ancient druids in forest clearings to modern students in Hogwarts classrooms. Each generation has contributed to the ever-evolving tapestry of magical knowledge, building upon the achievements of those who came before while finding their own unique expressions of magical ability. What forgotten magical techniques might still await rediscovery in dusty tomes or oral traditions, and how might the magic practiced by witches and wizards centuries from now differ from the spells and enchantments familiar to us today? Chapter 8. Historical, Magical Conflicts. Beneath the peaceful surface of wizarding history runs a current of conflict that has shaped our world as surely as any spell or potion. Tonight, we explore the significant magical conflicts that have altered the course of wizarding society, from ancient skirmishes to the devastating wars of the 20th century, examining how these struggles transformed magical practice and policy alike. Long before the establishment of the Ministry of Magic or the International Statute of Secrecy, magical conflicts often centered around territory, resources, or fundamental disagreements about the proper use of magical power. These early conflicts typically remained localized, with individual magical families or small communities engaging in feuds that might persist for generations. While rarely documented in detail, these ancient magical disputes established many of the defensive and offensive spells that would eventually become standardized in magical education. Perhaps the earliest well-documented magical conflict occurred in ancient Egypt during the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, when two factions of court wizards engaged in a power struggle that threatened to destabilize the entire kingdom. One group, led by the High Priest of Thoth, advocated for greater integration between magical and non-magical communities, while their opponents sought to establish wizard dominance over Muggle society. The conflict culminated in a magical duel of such intensity that it reportedly darkened the skies over Thebes for 3 days. The victory of the integrationist faction established a tradition of relatively harmonious wizard-Muggle relations in Egypt that would persist for centuries. Imagine standing at the edge of a market square in ancient Thebes as this legendary duel reached its climax. The air crackles with magical energy, making your skin tingle and your hair stand on end. Ordinary Egyptians seek shelter as spells of incredible power illuminate the night sky with flashes of emerald, crimson, and gold. The stone obelisks surrounding the square absorb and redirect errant curses, their hieroglyphic inscriptions glowing with protective magic activated by the intensity of the conflict. The Roman magical conquest of Britain in 43 AD brought another significant magical conflict, as Druids and local wizards mounted a formidable resistance against Roman magical forces. The British magical practitioners used their intimate knowledge of the local landscape and its inherent magical properties to great advantage, enchanting ancient stone circles to serve as powerful defensive positions. Roman battle wizards responded with overwhelming force, employing coordinated spell patterns developed through years of military discipline and training. This conflict fundamentally changed British magical practice, as surviving local wizards adopted elements of Roman magical technique while maintaining aspects of their druidic tradition. The synthesis created a distinctly British approach to magic that would later influence the founding of Hogwarts, the development of the British wizarding community. The Goblin Rebellions represent some of the most significant and recurring conflicts in magical history, beginning in the 14th century and continuing sporadically for hundreds of years. These uprisings stemmed from the complex and often tense relationship between the wizarding community and the Goblin Nation. Extraordinary wand makers and metalworkers, goblins possessed their own form of magic, but were prohibited from carrying wands, a restriction they viewed as fundamentally unjust. The 1612 rebellion proved particularly destructive, centered around Hogsmeade Village near Hogwarts School. Led by the goblin warrior Bodrod the Bearded, goblin forces demonstrated their formidable combat abilities despite their lack of wands. Using enchanted weapons of goblin-wrought silver and their innate magical talents, they successfully held the village for several months before wizard reinforcements from London finally broke the siege. Feel the tension in the air as you walk through Hogsmeade during this troubled time. Windows are boarded up, with only slits left for defensive spellcasting. The Three Broomsticks has been converted into a makeshift hospital, the usual scent of butterbeer replaced by the sharp smell of dittany and other healing herbs. In the distance, you can hear the clash of goblin weapons against shield charms as another skirmish breaks out near the village boundary. Hogwarts students have been confined to the castle, its ancient protective enchantments strengthened to ensure their safety while conflict rages nearby. The resolution of the 1612 rebellion established an uneasy peace based on economic concessions rather than addressing the fundamental issue of wand rights. This tension would resurface repeatedly throughout wizarding history, with subsequent rebellions in 1752 and 1865. The underlying issues remain unresolved even today, with goblin-wizard relations characterized by mutual suspicion, despite centuries of economic cooperation. The giant wars of the 17th and 18th centuries represented another significant magical conflict, one that drove giants to near extinction within Britain. As wizarding settlements expanded into the remote mountainous regions giants had traditionally inhabited, conflict became inevitable. The giants, possessing immense physical strength and considerable resistance to magical attack, posed a serious threat to wizarding communities. Wizard forces responded with coordinated offensive magic, specifically developed to overcome giant resilience. The ethical dimensions of this conflict remain controversial, with modern magical historians questioning whether peaceful coexistence might have been possible had greater efforts been made at cross-cultural understanding. By the end of the conflicts, surviving British giants had been driven into exile in the remote mountain ranges of continental Europe, their population drastically reduced, and their traditional culture largely destroyed. The International Warlock Convention of 1289 established the first formal rules of magical engagement, attempting to regulate conflict within the wizarding world. This historic agreement banned certain particularly cruel curses and established protocols for magical duels that would allow for the resolution of disputes without excessive collateral damage. The convention represented an important step in the development of international magical cooperation, though its effectiveness was limited by the absence of any enforcement mechanism beyond community pressure. Tensions between magical governments reached a peak during the Global Wizarding War of 1939 to 1945, when the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald attempted to overturn the International Statute of Secrecy and establish wizard dominance over the Muggle world. Grindelwald's initial rise to power coincided with Muggle political turmoil in Europe, a timing he exploited to build his following and extend his influence. Grindelwald's philosophy centered around his slogan, "For the greater good," arguing that wizard rule would benefit both magical and non-magical communities. This justification for domination attracted many followers who had grown frustrated with the limitations imposed by magical secrecy. Grindelwald built a fortress called Nurmengard in the Austrian Alps to serve as his headquarters, inscribing his slogan above the main gate. Picture Nurmengard as it stood at the height of Grindelwald's power, a stark structure of black stone perched on a mountain precipice, surrounded by swirling mists and protected by enchantments of extraordinary complexity. Inside its walls, Grindelwald's followers developed new forms of dark magic designed to control and subjugate Muggles while neutralizing wizard opposition. The fortress projected an aura of dread that affected even the local wildlife, with birds falling silent when flying near its towers. Grindelwald's rise prompted the formation of an international coalition of magical governments to oppose him, though their initial efforts were hampered by disagreement over strategy and lingering international tensions. The conflict escalated as Grindelwald's forces seized control of several European magical governments, implementing policies of Muggle subjugation and persecuting wizards who opposed them. The war reached its climax in 1945, with the legendary duel between Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, widely regarded as the greatest wizards of their age. Their confrontation, lasting a reported 3 hours, showcased magic of a caliber rarely witnessed in the modern era. Dumbledore's eventual victory ended the global conflict, and resulted in Grindelwald's imprisonment in his own fortress of Nurmengard, where he would remain until his death decades later. The aftermath of the global Wizarding War brought significant changes to international magical cooperation. The International Confederation of Wizards was strengthened, with greater authority to intervene in situations that threatened magical secrecy or stability. New protocols were established for tracking dark wizards operating across international boundaries, and magical law enforcement agencies developed more formal cooperative relationships. Barely 30 years later, Wizarding Britain found itself at the center of another terrible conflict, as Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters began their first rise to power. Unlike Grindelwald, who had operated relatively openly with a clear political philosophy, Voldemort employed terror and secrecy, building his power base through intimidation, the Imperious Curse, and targeted assassinations of those who opposed him. The First Wizarding War, as it came to be known, created an atmosphere of pervasive fear within British wizarding society. Ordinary witches and wizards became suspicious of their neighbors, uncertain who might be operating under the Imperious Curse or serving Voldemort willingly. The Dark Mark, the skull and serpent symbol, cast into the sky over the scenes of Death Eater killings, became a potent psychological weapon, spreading terror far beyond the immediate victims. The Ministry of Magic, initially slow to recognize the organized nature of the threat, eventually established the Auror Office as its primary response to Death Eater activities. These specially trained dark wizard catchers were granted extraordinary powers, including authorization to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters. This controversial policy reflected the desperation of a magical government facing an unprecedented internal threat. Opposition to Voldemort centered around the Order of the Phoenix, a secret organization founded by Albus Dumbledore to combat the Death Eaters outside the constraints of ministry bureaucracy. Order members employed a network of safe houses, secret communication methods, and guerrilla tactics against numerically superior Death Eater forces. Despite their bravery, the Order suffered heavy casualties, with entire families like the McKinnons and the Pruitts murdered for their resistance. The war seemed to be turning increasingly in Voldemort's favor until the night of October 31st, 1981, when he attacked the Potter family in Godric's Hollow. The events of that night, Lily Potter's sacrificial protection of her son Harry, and the mysterious rebounding of Voldemort's killing curse, brought an unexpected end to the conflict, though few understood exactly what had occurred. The wizarding world celebrated the defeat of he who must not be named, while the surviving Death Eaters were captured, went into hiding, or claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse. The peace that followed proved temporary. Voldemort's return in 1995, following the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, initiated what would become known as the Second Wizarding War. The Ministry of Magic, under Cornelius Fudge, initially denied Voldemort's return, wasting crucial months when preparations might have been made to oppose him. This period of denial allowed the Dark Lord to rebuild his forces and infiltrate key positions within wizarding institutions. The Second Wizarding War followed a different pattern from the first, with Voldemort seeking to gain control of the ministry itself, rather than merely terrorizing the population. After successfully staging a quiet coup within the ministry in 1997, he established a puppet regime that implemented policies of Muggle-born persecution and pure blood supremacy. Hogwarts, under the direction of Death Eater headmaster Severus Snape and the Carrow siblings, became a place where students were taught the dark arts and punished with the Cruciatus Curse. Resistance during this dark period came from multiple quarters: the reconstituted Order of the Phoenix, the student group Dumbledore's Army, and the radio broadcast Potterwatch that provided uncensored news to the wizarding public. These disparate groups maintained hope during the darkest days of Voldemort's rule, when opposing the regime meant risking torture or death. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Hogwarts on May 2, 1998, when Voldemort and his forces laid siege to the school in an attempt to capture Harry Potter. The battle represented the largest single engagement in modern wizarding history, with centaurs, house elves, and animated statues fighting alongside students, teachers, and order members against Death Eaters, giants, dementors, and acromantulas. The castle itself, with its ancient protective enchantments, became an active participant in its own defense. Voldemort's ultimate defeat came not through superior numbers or magical power, but through his fundamental misunderstanding of old magic, the protective power of sacrifice, the true loyalty of the Elder Wand, and the strength found in cooperation and trust. His death brought a definitive end to the conflict and ushered in a period of rebuilding for the wizarding world, with particular focus on reforming institutions that had failed during the war. The magical conflicts throughout history have left lasting legacies on wizarding society. They have driven magical innovation, particularly in defensive magic, with spells like Protego and Expecto Patronum refined through battlefield necessity. They have shaped magical governance, with institutions like the Aurora Office and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement evolving in response to specific threats. Perhaps most importantly, they have forced the wizarding community to repeatedly confront fundamental questions about the relationship between magical power and ethical responsibility. As you drift toward sleep, consider the witches and wizards who lived through these troubled times, whose courage and resilience preserved the wizarding world we know today. What forgotten acts of heroism might have occurred during these conflicts, unrecorded by historical accounts, but vital to their outcome? And what lessons might we draw from these historical struggles to help us recognize and prevent similar conflicts from arising in our own time? Chapter 9. Evolution of Magical Subjects. Knowledge, like a living entity, grows and changes with the passage of time. Tonight, we explore how the core magical disciplines taught at Hogwarts and other wizarding schools have evolved over the centuries, transforming from their earliest incarnations into the subjects familiar to modern magical students. Transfiguration, the art of changing one object into another, represents one of the oldest and most fundamental branches of magic. Ancient Egyptian wizards performed transformations that modern scholars still struggle to fully understand, turning staffs into serpents and water into blood, through methods documented in hieroglyphic spells, dating back over 5,000 years. These early practitioners approached transfiguration as a form of temporary illusion rather than a true alteration of an object's essential nature. The Greek philosopher wizards made the crucial conceptual breakthrough that transfiguration actually involved the fundamental rearrangement of an object's molecular structure. Archimedes of Syracuse, known to Muggles as a mathematician, but secretly one of the most accomplished wizards of his age, developed the principle that the weight of a transfigured object must remain constant, despite changes in its form and composition. This discovery formed one of the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, though it would not be formally codified as such until centuries later. Medieval transfiguration focused primarily on practical applications, turning straw into gold, stones into bread, or enemies into harmless creatures. These transformations were typically temporary and required continuous concentration from the caster to maintain. It was not until the 15th century that Perpetua Fancourt developed techniques for permanent transfiguration, allowing transformed objects to retain their new form without ongoing magical maintenance. Imagine yourself in a transfiguration classroom at Hogwarts in the 16th century. The room is illuminated by floating candles, their light reflecting off the polished oak desks arranged in concentric circles around the professor's demonstration area. Students take careful notes on parchment as Master Thaddeus Thurkle demonstrates the wand movement for transforming a hedgehog into a pincushion, a motion considerably more complex than the version taught today, involving 7 distinct flourishes where modern technique requires only 3. The air shimmers slightly with magical energy as 20 young witches and wizards practiced the spell, their results varying from perfect pincushions to disgruntled hedgehogs sporting colorful pins along their spines. The modern approach to teaching transfiguration, established by McGonagall's predecessor Albus Dumbledore during his tenure as Transfiguration Professor, emphasizes visualization and precise magical intent rather than complicated wand movements. This methodological shift made Transfiguration more accessible to students with varying natural abilities, though it remains one of the most challenging magical disciplines to master. Charms, the magical discipline concerned with adding properties to objects rather than changing their fundamental nature, has undergone perhaps the most significant evolution of any magical subject. The earliest charms were closely tied to musical incantations, with ancient wizards chanting or singing spells rather than speaking them conversationally. These musical charms required precise pitch and rhythm, making them difficult to master but extraordinarily potent when performed correctly. The transition from sung to spoken charms occurred gradually during the early medieval period, with the development of abbreviated incantations that maintained the magical effect while eliminating the musical requirements. This democratization of charm work made the discipline more accessible, but sacrificed some of the power and precision of the original musical forms. A few traditional sung charms remain in use today, particularly in magical communities, with strong ties to ancient practices, such as those in Tibet and the Andes Mountains. The standardization of charm incantations represents another significant development. While early charms varied widely across different regions and magical traditions, the Roman magical influence established Latin-based incantations as the standard throughout much of Europe. This standardization facilitated magical cooperation across cultural boundaries and created a common vocabulary for charm instruction. Though some purists argued that this standardization sacrificed the unique magical character of regional variations, the practical benefits of a shared magical language ultimately prevailed. Feel the focused concentration in a modern charms classroom at Hogwarts as Professor Flitwick guides students through the precise wand movement and pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa. Compare this to a charms lesson from the 12th century, where students would have spent weeks learning the complex musical intonation required for the original levitation charm, a haunting melody performed while tracing intricate patterns with a wand crafted specifically for musical spellcasting. Potions as a magical discipline has maintained remarkable consistency throughout wizarding history, with many brews still prepared using recipes virtually unchanged for centuries. The basic principles of ingredient preparation, brewing temperatures and stirring patterns were established by ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian wizards and have remained fundamentally stable. However, significant innovations have occurred in understanding why these techniques work, leading to more reliable results and safer brewing practices. The medieval period saw a problematic trend in potion making, with recipes becoming increasingly complex and hazardous as potioneers competed to create more powerful brews. Ingredients like basilisk venom, acromantula eggs, and the breath of a nundu were incorporated into standard textbooks, despite their extreme danger and rarity. This trend reached its peak in the 15th century, with Narcissa Selwyn's infamous potion of ultimate power, which required 57 ingredients, 14 days of continuous brewing, and reportedly caused the destruction of an entire village when Selwyn's cauldron finally exploded. The modern approach to potions education began with Hector Dagworth Granger, founder of the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers, who advocated for a return to fundamental principles and safety-conscious brewing. His influential text, Practical Potion Making for the Prudent Practitioner, removed many unnecessarily dangerous elements from standard potions while maintaining their efficacy. This reformed approach to potions forms the basis of the curriculum still taught at Hogwarts and other magical schools today. Herbology as a distinct magical subject emerged relatively late in educational history. For centuries, the cultivation of magical plants was considered an aspect of potions, rather than a discipline in its own right. Early wizards gathered their ingredients from the wild, sometimes at great personal risk rather than cultivating them systematically. The establishment of the first magical gardens in medieval monasteries represented an important step toward recognizing herbology as a specialized field of study. The formal separation of herbology from potions occurred at Hogwarts during the tenure of headmistress Phillida Spore in the 18th century. Spore, an accomplished herbologist herself, argued successfully that the cultivation of magical plants required distinct expertise from the brewing of potions. Under her direction, Hogwarts constructed its first dedicated greenhouses and established herbology as a core subject in the curriculum. Modern herbology has been significantly influenced by cross-cultural exchange, with European magical gardens incorporating plants from around the world. The introduction of Asian magical flora, like Chinese chomping cabbage and Vietnamese venomous vinewort, expanded both the diversity of available ingredients and the theoretical understanding of how magical plants interact with their environments. Professor Pomona Sprout's inclusive approach to herbology, drawing from traditions across the wizarding world, exemplifies this global perspective. Defense against the dark arts has undergone perhaps the most dramatic transformation of any magical subject, reflecting changing threats and evolving philosophical approaches to dark magic. In its earliest form, this discipline was taught simply as dark arts at many magical institutions, with no moral distinction made between different applications of magical power. Students learned curses alongside counter-curses, with the expectation that they would use their own judgment about appropriate magical practice. The shift toward a defensive focus began in the late 17th century, coinciding with broader reforms in magical education. European wizarding schools, influenced by Enlightenment ideals, began emphasizing ethical frameworks for magical use alongside technical instruction. This transition wasn't universal, however. Durmstrang Institute maintained instruction in the dark arts themselves well into the modern era, arguing that students needed direct knowledge of dark magic to defend against it effectively. The curriculum for defense against the dark arts has remained in constant flux, adapting to address new dark creatures, curses, and magical threats as they emerge. Following the First Wizarding War, Hogwarts significantly expanded its coverage of defensive charms, recognition of the Imperious Curse, and countermeasures against Inferi, all direct responses to tactics employed by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. This responsiveness to current events distinguishes defense against the dark arts from more stable subjects like transfiguration or charms. Step into a defense against the dark arts classroom during different periods of wizarding history. In the 16th century, students practiced complex wand movements to counter the effects of medieval hexes now largely forgotten. During the 1940s, as Grindelwald's influence spreads across Europe, the focus shifts to identifying and resisting compulsion charms and propaganda magic. And in the years following Voldemort's defeat, lessons emphasize situational awareness and rapid defensive casting, skills proven crucial during the recent conflict. Divination has perhaps the most controversial educational history of any magical subject. Ancient cultures universally recognized the possibility of foreseeing the future through magical means, but approaches varied dramatically. Ancient Greek oracles entered trance states to channel prophetic visions, while Norse seers interpreted the patterns of rune stones cast upon the ground. These traditions emphasized that true divination was a rare and unpredictable gift, rather than a skill that could be systematically taught. The inclusion of divination in formal magical education began during the medieval period, when European magical schools established courses in interpretive methods like astrology, tarot reading, and palmistry. From the beginning, these courses were subjected to criticism from skeptical magical scholars who questioned whether the future could be predicted through any systematic technique, rather than through rare instances of genuine prophetic ability. This skepticism has persisted throughout the history of magical education, with Hogwarts repeatedly adding and removing divination from its curriculum over the centuries. Headmistress Eupraxia Mole famously dismissed the subject as an imprecise branch of magic at best, and outright fraudulence at worst, when she removed it from the Hogwarts curriculum in 1875. The subject was only reinstated 50 years later, after the Wizengamot ruled that educational options in all traditional magical disciplines should be available at Britain's premier magical institution. The modern approach to teaching divination attempts to balance respect for genuine prophetic ability with recognition of its rarity. Professor Trelawney's curriculum at Hogwarts includes traditional divinatory methods, while acknowledging that most students will achieve only limited success in actual prediction. The continued inclusion of divination in magical education reflects a philosophical commitment to preserving all aspects of magical tradition, even those whose practical applications may be limited. Care of magical creatures evolved from practical instruction in handling dangerous beasts to a discipline focused on understanding and conserving magical species. Early magical education included management of creatures primarily as a safety measure, teaching students how to repel, contain, or harvest ingredients from potentially harmful magical animals they might encounter. This utilitarian approach treated magical creatures as either threats or resources, rather than as subjects worthy of study in their own right. The shift toward conservation and deeper understanding began in the early 20th century, largely due to the influence of Newt Scamander and his groundbreaking text, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Scamander's approach emphasized that magical creatures possessed their own forms of intelligence and society, deserving of respect and protection. This philosophical transformation gradually affected how the subject was taught at Hogwarts and other magical schools, with greater emphasis placed on understanding creatures' natural behaviors and needs, rather than simply controlling them. Rubeus Hagrid's tenure as Professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts, despite its occasional mishaps, represented the culmination of this shift toward a more respectful and conservation-minded approach. His genuine love for even the most dangerous creatures, and his emphasis on appreciating their unique qualities, rather than simply managing the risks they posed, exemplified the modern philosophy of the discipline. Ancient runes, arithmancy, and astronomy, subjects typically offered as electives in modern magical education, have each followed their own evolutionary path. Ancient runes began as an essential magical skill when runic inscriptions were the primary method of creating permanent enchantments. As wand-based spellcasting became more sophisticated, runic magic gradually transitioned from practical necessity to specialized academic study. Modern students of ancient runes explore not only the magical properties of these symbols, but also their historical and cultural significance in early wizarding communities. Arithmancy evolved from simple magical numerology, assigning basic properties to different numbers, into a complex theoretical discipline that uses mathematical principles to predict magical effects and improve spell design. This transition largely occurred during the Renaissance, when wizard mathematicians began applying more rigorous analytical methods to magical theory. Today's arithmancy students learn to calculate the mathematical underpinnings of spells and potions, understanding why certain numerical factors, like brewing for 7 days or stirring 3 times, produce optimal magical results. Astronomy maintains perhaps the closest connection to its ancient origins, as the movements of celestial bodies affect magical efficacy in ways that remain constant across time and culture. However, the understanding of these astronomical influences has become increasingly precise as magical telescopes and observational techniques have improved. Modern astronomy education includes not only the traditional timing of certain spells and potions according to lunar phases or planetary alignments, but also the magical properties of celestial phenomena, unknown to ancient wizards, such as distant galaxies and nebulae. The evolution of magical subjects reflects broader trends in wizarding society: the movement towards standardization and accessibility, the integration of diverse cultural traditions, and the development of ethical frameworks for magical practice. Yet, despite centuries of refinement and reform, the fundamental wonder of magic remains unchanged. Students in modern classrooms experience the same moment of delight when they first successfully levitate a feather or transfigure a match into a needle as their counterparts from centuries past. As you drift toward sleep, Consider the countless generations of witches and wizards who have studied these magical disciplines, each contributing their own insights and innovations to an unbroken chain of magical knowledge, stretching back to the dawn of human civilization. What forgotten techniques from earlier approaches to these subjects might still hold value for modern practitioners, and how might future generations of magical students continue to refine and reimagine these ancient disciplines, carrying them forward into a wizarding world we can only begin to imagine. Chapter 10. Magical Historians and Their Work. History whispers to us through ancient tomes and faded parchments, preserved by those dedicated souls who understand that our past illuminates our present and guides our future. Tonight, we explore the remarkable witches and wizards who have dedicated their lives to chronicling magical history, and whose diligent scholarship allows us to understand the rich tapestry of our wizarding heritage. The recording of magical history began long before the concept of the historian as we understand it today. Ancient Egyptian wizard priests meticulously documented magical discoveries, spells, and significant events on papyrus scrolls stored in hidden chambers within temples and pyramids. These early magical chroniclers viewed their work as sacred, preserving knowledge not just for future generations, but as an offering to the gods who had blessed them with magical ability. Imagine walking through the cool stone corridors of a secret archive beneath the Temple of Thoth in ancient Thebes. Shelves of carefully organized papyrus scrolls line the walls, each containing magical knowledge recorded by generations of wizard priests. A young initiate sits cross-legged on a reed mat, carefully copying an ancient spell with a brush dipped in magical ink that shifts color as it dries, indicating whether the transcription is accurate. The air smells of papyrus and sacred incense, and the only sound is the gentle scratching of the brush against fresh parchment, as another fragment of magical history is preserved for posterity. In ancient Greece, the recording of magical history took a significant step forward, through the work of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, known to Muggles as the father of history, but recognized in wizarding circles as the first to apply critical thinking to historical magical accounts. While Muggle scholars are familiar only with his non-magical histories, Herodotus secretly produced a companion work titled Histories of the Magical Peoples, in which he attempted to separate factual magical events from myth and legend. His insistence on verifying sources and questioning implausible accounts established principles that would eventually form the foundation of modern magical historiography. Roman magical historians built upon the Greek tradition, while bringing their characteristic organizational skills to the discipline. Pliny the Elder, whose natural history is known to Muggles as an encyclopedia of the ancient world, secretly included extensive documentation of magical creatures, plants, and phenomena, in sections visible only to those with magical ability. This hidden content, revealed when the text is tapped with a wand, while speaking the phrase, Ravella Magica, represents one of the most comprehensive accounts of first-century magical knowledge to survive to the present day. The medieval period saw a decline in systematic magical historical scholarship, with knowledge preservation becoming more fragmented and localized. Monastery libraries became crucial repositories of magical texts, with wizard monks serving as quiet custodians of historical knowledge. These scholarly wizards, working alongside their non-magical brethren, created illuminated manuscripts of extraordinary beauty that contained magical information hidden within seemingly religious imagery. A careful observer with magical knowledge would recognize that the angel depicted in a biblical scene was actually demonstrating the correct wand movement for a shield charm, or that the arrangement of plants in an illustrated garden conveyed a complex potion recipe. The Renaissance brought a revival of systematic historical scholarship, with wizard historians beginning to approach their discipline with greater methodological rigor. Magical academies established departments dedicated to historical research, and the first magical archives were created with the specific purpose of preserving historical documents and artifacts. This period saw significant efforts to recover and restore magical texts that had been scattered during the disruptions of the medieval era, with historians traveling widely to locate lost manuscripts and record oral traditions that had never been committed to writing. One of the most significant figures in the development of modern magical historiography was Bathilda Bagshot, whose monumental work, A History of Magic, transformed the discipline when it was first published in 1947. Bagshot's approach combined meticulous research with an accessible narrative style that made magical history comprehensible to the average reader. Her comprehensive scope, covering everything from ancient magical civilizations to recent developments in international magical cooperation, set a new standard for historical scholarship. Picture Bathilda Bagshot in her study in Godric's Hollow, surrounded by towering stacks of reference books, scrolls, and correspondence with magical scholars around the world. Her desk is covered with neat piles of parchment, each representing a chapter of her masterwork in progress. A magical quill hovers nearby, ready to note down insights as they occur to her. Through the window, the evening light casts a golden glow over the scene, as Bagshot carefully cross-references accounts of the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, comparing eyewitness testimonies to determine the most accurate sequence of events. Her commitment to factual precision combined with her gift for storytelling would make her text the definitive reference for generations of magical students. Bagshot's contemporary, the wizard archaeologist Regulus Moonshine, pioneered the integration of magical archaeology with historical scholarship. Moonshine argued that physical artifacts could provide insights impossible to glean from written accounts alone, particularly for periods where documentation was sparse. His excavations of wizarding settlements across Britain revealed previously unknown details about daily magical life in different eras, from the wand designs preferred by Bronze Age witches to the protective enchantments used by medieval magical communities. The most controversial magical historian of the modern era is undoubtedly Cantankerous Knott, whose Pure Blood Directory, published anonymously in the 1930s, attempted to establish which wizarding families could truly claim pure blood status. This pseudo-historical work, which listed the so-called Sacred 28 families, has been widely criticized by contemporary magical historians for its methodological flaws and ideological bias. Nevertheless, it remains an important historical document in its own right, illustrating how historical scholarship can be misused to support prejudicial worldviews. In contrast to Knott's divisive approach, Phillida Spore's Eastern influences on Western magical practice represented a landmark in inclusive magical historiography. Published in 1952, Spore's work was among the first to give proper credit to non-European magical traditions and their contributions to global magical development. Her research demonstrated that many spells and potions attributed to European innovators actually originated in African, Asian, or indigenous American magical communities, challenging the Eurocentric bias that had characterized magical historical scholarship for centuries. The Department of Mysteries within the Ministry of Magic maintains its own historical research division, focused primarily on understanding the magical origins of humanity and the earliest manifestations of magical ability. The work of these specialized historian researchers remains largely classified, though occasional publications provide tantalizing glimpses of their findings. Unspeakable Saul Croker's paper Temporal Resonance in Ancient Magical Sites, which suggested that certain locations retain magical memories of significant events that occurred there, exemplifies the cutting-edge research conducted within the department's historical division. Modern magical historiography has been significantly influenced by Muggle historical methods, particularly in its emphasis on diverse source material and recognition of previously marginalized perspectives. Historian Vanessa Zabini's Domestic Elves Through the Ages exemplifies this approach, using household records, elf oral traditions, and archaeological evidence to reconstruct the evolving relationship between elves and wizards across different historical periods. This more inclusive approach has revealed aspects of magical history previously ignored by scholars focused exclusively on the accomplishments of prominent wizards. The preservation of magical history presents unique challenges beyond those faced by Muggle historians. Magical documents may be protected by enchantments that degrade over time, rendering them illegible or even dangerous if improperly handled. Pensieves containing memory strands of historical importance require specialized storage conditions to prevent degradation. Living portraits of historical figures, while valuable primary sources, may present inconsistent or idealized accounts influenced by the artistic interpretation involved in their creation. The Hall of Historical Records at the Ministry of Magic represents the most comprehensive archive of British magical history, containing documents dating back to the Roman occupation. Access to the hall is strictly controlled, with different security clearances required for materials of varying sensitivity. Historical records related to the Department of Mysteries, certain international magical conflicts, and the development of particularly dangerous magic are accessible only to authorized ministry historians and officials with appropriate clearance. Hogwarts School maintains its own significant historical archive, housed in a secluded section of the library accessible only to staff and advanced students with special permission. This collection includes the personal papers of former headmasters and headmistresses, records of notable magical discoveries made at the school, and documentation of significant events in Hogwarts history. Particularly valuable are the collected meeting minutes of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, which provide insights into how educational policies evolved in response to larger developments in the wizarding world. Beyond formal institutions, historical preservation in the wizarding world often occurs through family archives maintained by older magical families. These private collections may contain unique historical documents, magical artifacts, and family grimoires passed down through generations. While some families generously share these resources with historians, others maintain strict privacy, meaning that significant historical information may remain inaccessible to scholars and the broader wizarding community. The tension between historical transparency and necessary secrecy represents one of the central challenges for magical historiography. Certain historical knowledge, such as the creation process for Horcruxes, or the most devastating applications of magical power, is deliberately excluded from public historical accounts due to its dangerous potential. This selective approach to historical preservation ensures public safety, but raises complex questions about who should determine which aspects of magical history are too dangerous to be widely known. Modern magical historians increasingly collaborate across national boundaries, recognizing that magical history transcends the political divisions of the Muggle world. The International Confederation of Wizards supports this collaboration through its Historical Research Division, which facilitates access to archives across member nations and sponsors conferences where magical historians can share their findings. These international connections have enriched the field significantly, allowing for comparative studies of how different magical communities developed and interacted throughout history. The teaching of magical history represents perhaps the most visible application of historical scholarship, though many students at Hogwarts and other magical schools would be surprised to learn of the vibrant academic discipline that underlies their often dry textbooks. The challenge of making centuries of complex historical developments accessible to young witches and wizards has been approached differently across various magical institutions. While Hogwarts has traditionally emphasized a chronological approach focused on significant events and figures, schools like Ilvermorny and Mohutokoro incorporate more experiential methods, using pensieves and historically accurate recreations to help students connect emotionally with the past. As you drift towards sleep, consider the dedicated magical historians whose work allows us to understand our shared wizarding heritage. From ancient wizard priests carefully inscribing papyrus scrolls to modern scholars digitizing historical records for magical archives, these keepers of our collective memory provide the foundation upon which our understanding of ourselves as a magical community is built. What forgotten historical documents might still await discovery in hidden chambers or family vaults, potentially transforming our understanding of magical development? And how might future magical historians view our own era, with its unique challenges and achievements in the ongoing story of wizardkind? Chapter 11. Magical Artifacts of Historical Significance. Throughout the corridors of magical history, certain objects have transcended their material nature to to become vessels of extraordinary power, repositories of ancient wisdom, or catalysts for pivotal events. Tonight we explore the magical artifacts that have shaped the wizarding world, objects whose influence extends far beyond their physical form to touch the very fabric of magical society. Perhaps no magical artifact has captured the imagination quite like the Philosopher's Stone, created by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel in the 14th century. This legendary substance, capable of transforming base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life that grants immortality, represents the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. The deep ruby-colored stone, no larger than a man's fist, enabled Flamel and his wife Perenelle to live for over 6 centuries, witnessing the unfolding of magical history from the late Middle Ages through the modern era. The creation of the Philosopher's Stone required not only extraordinary magical skill, but also profound philosophical insight. Flamel understood that true alchemy transcended mere material transformation, requiring the alchemist to undergo a parallel spiritual transformation. The stone emerged only after decades of patient experimentation, meditation, and what Flamel described in his private journals as the harmonious wedding of opposing forces within both the materials and the self. This integration of magical practice with philosophical wisdom characterized the highest achievements of medieval alchemy. Remarkable powers, the Philosopher's Stone remained largely unknown outside the most elite alchemical circles until the late 20th century, when Lord Voldemort's attempt to steal it from its hiding place at Hogwarts brought this ancient artifact briefly into the public eye. Following this incident, Nicholas Flamel and Albus Dumbledore agreed to destroy the stone, concluding that its continued existence posed too great a temptation for those seeking immortality or unlimited wealth. The destruction of the Philosopher's Stone marks the end of an era in magical history, closing a chapter that began with the alchemical experiments of ancient Egypt and culminated in Flamel's extraordinary achievement. The 4 founders of Hogwarts each left behind artifacts of immense magical and historical significance. Godric Gryffindor's sword, goblin made of pure silver with rubies the size of eggs set into the hilt, represents one of the finest examples of goblin metalwork known to exist. Beyond its exquisite craftsmanship, the sword possesses the remarkable magical property of absorbing that which strengthens it, most notably basilisk venom, which it incorporated after Harry Potter used it to slay Salazar Slytherin's basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Imagine holding this legendary weapon, feeling the perfect balance of the blade and the subtle magical resonance that runs through the metal like a current of electricity. The sword's magical properties reflect Godric Gryffindor's values. It presents itself only to worthy Gryffindors in moments of great need, recognizing courage and nobility of spirit, rather than responding to mere magical ability or blood status. This quality makes the sword not merely a powerful magical object, but a symbolic representation of Gryffindor's educational philosophy, which prized bravery and moral character above all else. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, a delicate tiara inscribed with the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," granted enhanced wisdom and intelligence to its wearer. The diadem's creation demonstrated Ravenclaw's extraordinary skill in charm work, as she managed to imbue an object with the ability to amplify cognitive function, a feat that modern magical researchers have attempted to replicate without success. The diadem's subsequent history illustrates the tragic consequences that can follow when powerful artifacts fall into the wrong hands, as it was stolen by Ravenclaw's daughter Helena, hidden in an Albanian forest, discovered centuries later by Tom Riddle, and ultimately transformed into a Horcrux before its destruction during the Battle of Hogwarts. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, a small golden chalice with 2 finely wrought handles and a badger engraved upon its side, possessed subtle but powerful magical properties related to food and abundance. According to historical accounts, the cup would fill with fresh, sweet water whenever it was emptied, providing nourishment to anyone in need. This magical property reflected Hufflepuff's inclusive values and her commitment to sustaining the entire Hogwarts community, regardless of house affiliation or magical ability. Like Ravenclaw's diadem, the cup was eventually transformed into a Horcrux by Lord Voldemort before being destroyed by Hermione Granger during the final confrontation with the Dark Lord. Salazar Slytherin's locket, a heavy golden pendant with an ornate S inlaid with green stones, represents the most controversial of the Founder's artifacts due to its association with Slytherin's pure blood ideology. Historical records suggest that the locket contained enchantments related to Parseltongue, the rare ability to communicate with serpents, though its full magical properties remain poorly understood. The locket's journey through history, passing from Slytherin's descendants through the Gaunt family, then to Hepzibah Smith, before being stolen by Tom Riddle and transformed into a Horcrux, mirrors the darkening reputation of Slytherin's house and its association with blood purism and dark magic. Feel the weight of history as you visualize these 4 artifacts, each embodying the magical brilliance and distinctive values of Hogwarts founders. Together, they represent not just extraordinary magical achievement, but the educational vision that has shaped British wizarding society for over 1,000 years. Their transformation into Horcruxes by Lord Voldemort added a dark chapter to their long history, but their ultimate discovery and destruction during the Second Wizarding War represents a form of redemption, releasing these noble artifacts from their corruption and restoring their rightful place in wizarding heritage. The Sorting Hat, created collaboratively by all 4 Hogwarts founders, represents one of the most enduring and influential magical artifacts in wizarding Britain. This seemingly ordinary pointed wizard's hat contains extraordinary enchantments that allow it to assess the character and potential of each new Hogwarts student, sorting them into the house where they will best flourish. The creation of the Sorting Hat solved a practical problem, how the sorting process would continue after the founders' deaths, but also represents a remarkable magical achievement, as the hat contains a form of consciousness capable of complex judgment and even original composition, as demonstrated by its yearly sorting songs. The magical technique used to create the Sorting Hat has never been successfully replicated, despite numerous attempts throughout wizarding history. The hat appears to contain elements of all 4 founders' consciousness and values, suggesting an ancient form of memory extraction that predates the development of the pensieve. Modern magical researchers speculate that the founders may have sacrificed portions of their own magical essence to animate the hat, a theory supported by the fact that all 4 died slightly younger than their contemporaries, despite their extraordinary magical power. The Elder Wand, also known as the Death Stick or the Wand of Destiny, stands as perhaps the most notorious magical artifact in wizarding history. According to legend, this uniquely powerful wand was created by Death himself, though historians generally believe it was crafted by the gifted wandmaker Antioch Peverell in the 13th century. Regardless of its origins, the Elder Wand's reputation for unmatched magical power made it one of the most sought-after artifacts in the wizarding world, passing from wizard to wizard through a trail of bloodshed and betrayal. The Elder Wand differs from ordinary wands in several crucial aspects. While standard wands bond with their chosen wizard and perform optimally in their hands, the Elder Wand's loyalty is more fluid, transferring to anyone who defeats its previous master, whether through killing them or merely disarming them. This unique property, combined with its extraordinary power, ensured that the wand attracted the most ambitious and often ruthless wizards throughout history, each seeking to claim its legendary capabilities for themselves. The wand's bloody history took an unexpected turn when it came into the possession of Albus Dumbledore following his legendary duel with Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Unlike previous masters of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore did not seek to use its power for personal gain or domination, but instead employed it for education and protection. This unusual chapter in the wand's history ended with Dumbledore's death and the wand's subsequent acquisition by Lord Voldemort, who failed to understand that the wand's loyalty had already transferred to Draco Malfoy and then to Harry Potter. The Elder Wand's final fate, being returned to Dumbledore's tomb after the defeat of Voldemort, represents a deliberate attempt to break the cycle of violence that had followed this powerful artifact for centuries. The Resurrection Stone, the second of the three legendary deathly Hallows, possesses the extraordinary ability to recall the dead from beyond the veil, though not truly restore them to life. Created by, or gifted to Cadmus Peverell, the stone passed through generations of his descendants until it became a family heirloom of the god family, who remained ignorant of its true significance and valued it only as a symbol of their pure blood heritage. The stone's journey continued when it was set into a ring that became one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, before eventually finding its way to Harry Potter, who used it in his moment of greatest need before deliberately losing it in the Forbidden Forest. The stone itself appears unremarkable, a small black rock cracked down the middle with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows faintly visible on its surface. Yet its magical properties represent one of the most profound breaches of the fundamental laws of magic, which generally hold that no spell can truly reawaken the dead. The shades or echoes summoned by the stone occupy an uncanny middle ground between life and death, able to communicate with the living but described as existing in a state that is neither painless nor pleasant. This quality reflects the stone's tragic history, as Cadmus Peverell himself committed suicide after using the stone to recall his dead fiancée, finding the half-life he had given her unbearable to witness. The invisibility cloak that belonged to Ignatus Peverell, and eventually passed to Harry Potter through his father's family, represents the third and perhaps most subtle of the Deathly Hallows. Unlike ordinary invisibility cloaks, which deteriorate over time and can be penetrated by certain spells, the Hallow Cloak has maintained its perfect invisibility for centuries and resists magical detection. The silvery, fluid-like material of the cloak feels like water woven into fabric, weightless yet capable of completely concealing anyone beneath it. What makes the invisibility cloak particularly significant in wizarding history is not merely its extraordinary magical properties, but the wisdom shown by its original owner. According to the tale of the three brothers, Ignatus Peverell asked death for a way to leave without being followed, using the cloak to live a long and fulfilling life before willingly passing it, and the cloak to his son. This story of humility and acceptance stands in stark contrast to the tragic fates of the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone, suggesting that the true mastery of death comes not from seeking to conquer it, but from living well and accepting its inevitability. The Marauder's Map, created by James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during their years at Hogwarts, represents one of the most impressive student magical achievements in the school's history. This seemingly ordinary piece of parchment, when activated with the phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," reveals a detailed map of Hogwarts Castle and grounds, including secret passages unknown to most staff and students. Most remarkably, the map displays the location and movement of every person within the castle, in real time, represented by labeled footprints moving across the parchment. The creation of the Marauder's Map required extraordinary skill in several magical disciplines. The cartography charms necessary to accurately represent Hogwarts' constantly shifting architecture would challenge even accomplished adult wizards. The human presence revealing spell that tracks individuals throughout the castle represents an adaptation of advanced aurora tracking techniques not typically mastered until years after Hogwarts graduation. Perhaps most impressive is the map's security system, which responds to unauthorized attempts at activation with insults specifically tailored to the intruder, suggesting a form of limited sentience similar to that found in the Sorting Hat, though on a much smaller scale. Time turners, those remarkable hourglass devices capable of sending their users back in time, represent some of the most carefully regulated magical artifacts in wizarding history. Created through a combination of advanced charm work and potions involving powdered moonstone and time-sensitive ingredients, harvested during specific astronomical alignments, time turners allow for limited temporal displacement, typically restricting users to traveling back no more than 5 hours to avoid the catastrophic paradoxes that can result from more extensive time manipulation. The Ministry of Magic maintains strict control over all known time turners, with their use permitted only in extraordinary circumstances and under careful supervision. The lone exception to this policy was Hermione Granger's use of a time-turner during her 3rd year at Hogwarts to accommodate her ambitious course schedule. An exception granted only because of Professor McGonagall's personal guarantee of her responsibility. The subsequent destruction of the Ministry's entire stock of time-turners during a battle in the Department of Mysteries in 1996 marked the end of legal time travel in Wizarding Britain, though rumors persist of experimental temporal devices being developed in the Department of Mysteries time room. The pensieve, a shallow stone basin typically engraved with runes and magical symbols around its rim, represents one of the most elegant magical solutions to the limitations of human memory. These rare magical artifacts allow witches and wizards to extract their own memories as a silvery substance that is neither liquid nor gas, deposit them in the basin, and then enter these memories to re-experience them with perfect clarity. More importantly, the pensieve allows for objective review of one's memories, revealing details that might have been missed in the moment, and providing perspective impossible to achieve when the memory was formed. The creation process for pensieves remains one of the most closely guarded secrets in magical artifice, with only a handful of witches and wizards in each generation possessing the necessary knowledge and skill. The basin itself must be carved from a single block of rare magical stone, typically moonstone, or a similar material receptive to memory magic, and cured in a potion brewed over a full lunar cycle. The runes engraved around the rim serve both decorative and functional purposes, stabilizing the extraction process and preventing the degradation of memories held within the basin. Due to the complexity of their creation, pensieves remain extremely rare, typically owned only by major magical institutions like Hogwarts or particularly wealthy and scholarly wizarding families. As you drift towards sleep, consider these remarkable magical artifacts and the witches and wizards who created them. Each represents not just extraordinary magical achievement, but a window into the values, ambitions, and concerns of its creators. What powerful magical objects might still lie undiscovered in hidden chambers or family vaults, their powers forgotten or deliberately concealed? And how might our own understanding of magic's possibilities expand if we could study these artifacts with modern magical techniques, building upon the brilliant innovations of those who came before us? Chapter 12. Modern Perspectives on Magical History. As twilight gathers around us like a comfortable cloak, we turn our attention to the present moment and how contemporary witches and wizards understand, interpret, and sometimes reinterpret the long and winding path that has led to our current magical society. The study of magical history continues to evolve, with new methods of research, changing priorities, and fresh perspectives, reshaping our understanding of the past. Modern magical historiography has undergone significant transformation in recent decades, moving beyond the traditional focus on great wizards and momentous events to examine the experiences of ordinary magical people throughout history. This shift parallels similar developments in Muggle historical scholarship, reflecting a growing recognition that history encompasses far more than the achievements of exceptional individuals or the outcomes of dramatic conflicts. Artemisia Lufkin's groundbreaking work, The Invisible Majority, Ordinary Witches and Wizards Through the Ages, published in 1983, exemplifies this approach. Lufkin painstakingly reconstructed the daily lives of magical communities from different historical periods, using household records, personal correspondence, and magical artifacts from everyday life. Her description of a medieval wizard family's evening routine, the mother casting warming charms on night clothes, the father using enchanted tools to repair a broken shutter, the children practicing simple levitation with their first training wands, provides a vivid window into ordinary magical existence, rarely captured in traditional historical accounts. This attention to everyday magical life has revealed patterns and developments overlooked by earlier historians. The gradual transformation of household magic, for instance, shows fascinating regional variations and social distinctions. While wealthy wizarding families in 17th century London had largely abandoned hands-on household spells in favor of house elf assistance, rural magical communities continued to develop and refine domestic charms passed down through generations. These divergent practices reflected not only practical circumstances, but different values and relationships to magical heritage. Recent scholarship has also devoted increased attention to the experiences of marginalized groups within wizarding society. Werewolves, centaurs, goblins, house elves, and other magical beings have histories of their own, though these narratives were frequently ignored or misrepresented in wizard-written historical accounts. Centaur scholar Firenze's collaboration with wizard historian Gwendolyn Morgan on Stellar Witnesses, A Centaur History of the Magical World, published in 2002, represents a pioneering attempt to integrate centaur astronomical records and oral traditions with wizard historical documentation, creating a more complete and balanced understanding of shared magical history. Imagine sitting in a modern history of magic classroom at Hogwarts, so different from the soporific lectures of Professor Binns remembered by earlier generations of students. The walls display interactive magical timelines that shift focus based on student questions, showing connections between events separated by centuries. A visiting goblin historian describes the Goblin Rebellion of 1612 from his community's perspective, challenging students to consider how the same events can be understood differently depending on one's position in society. This engagement with multiple historical perspectives represents one of the most significant developments in contemporary magical education. The debate over historical interpretation has grown particularly intense regarding the two wizarding wars against Voldemort. Those who lived through these conflicts bring personal experiences that sometimes contradict official narratives, while younger witches and wizards born after the Battle of Hogwarts approach these events as history rather than memory. The Wizarding War Oral History Project, initiated by the Department of Magical Education in 2008, aims to preserve first-hand accounts from diverse participants before these living connections to pivotal historical events are lost. The project has already collected over 3,000 testimonies, including accounts from previously overlooked groups, such as the House Elves, who continued to maintain Hogwarts during the Carrows regime. The historical reassessment of Severus Snape exemplifies the complexities of modern historical interpretation. Initially reviled as a Death Eater and murderer of Albus Dumbledore, then celebrated as a hero working undercover at great personal risk, Snape's legacy has more recently been subject to nuanced analysis that acknowledges both his courage and his flaws. Historian Alpheus Pennyfeather's biography The Grey Prince, Severus Snape and the Ambiguities of Loyalty, argues that Snape's story resonates precisely because it defies simple categorization, challenging us to recognize the complex motivations and contradictions present in all historical actors. Modern magical archaeology has transformed our understanding of ancient magical societies through the application of new magical techniques. The development of chronological resonance spells in the late 1990s allows magical archaeologists to detect traces of spells cast centuries or even millennia ago, revealing magical practices otherwise lost to history. The discovery that Stonehenge was regularly used for complex astronomical magic as early as 2500 BCE revised scholarly understanding of when organized magical practice began in Britain, pushing the date back nearly 1,000 years earlier than previously thought. Feel the excitement of participating in a magical archaeological dig in the ruins of a recently discovered settlement near Tintagel in Cornwall. Magical archaeologists move carefully through the site, their wands emitting a soft blue light that reveals traces of ancient spellwork invisible to the naked eye. When concentrated residue of magical energy is detected, specialized witches and wizards cast chronological resonance spells that temporarily manifest echoes of magic performed centuries ago. The air shimmers as the ghost of an ancient protection charm briefly reappears, its distinctive wand movement providing valuable insights into how magical technique has evolved over time. The The development of magical genetics as a field of study has provided new perspectives on long-standing historical questions, particularly regarding the emergence of magical ability in predominantly non-magical families. Research by healer geneticist Andromeda Tonks, published in the prestigious journal Modern Magical Medicine in 2007, demonstrated that magical ability emerges from complex interactions between multiple genetic factors rather than simple inheritance patterns. This research definitively refuted pure-blood supremacist theories about magical heritage, providing scientific confirmation for what many had long understood intuitively, that magical ability can appear in any family, and that so-called pure-blood lineage provides no advantage in magical potential. These genetic insights have prompted historical re-examination of how magical communities developed and interacted with non-magical populations throughout history. The strict separation maintained under the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy represents a relatively recent development in the long relationship between magical and non-magical communities. Before this formal separation, boundaries were more fluid, with considerable evidence of intermarriage and cultural exchange. This recognition has led to increased interest in historical periods of relative integration, with scholars seeking insights that might inform contemporary discussions about the appropriate relationship between wizarding and Muggle societies. The digital preservation of magical history represents one of the most innovative developments in modern magical scholarship. While wizarding society has traditionally relied on parchment, books, and oral tradition to preserve historical knowledge, the adaptation of Muggle digital technology for magical purposes has created new possibilities for historical documentation and access. The Grand Magical Archive, established in 2010, uses magically modified computer systems to store and index millions of historical documents, making them searchable and accessible to scholars worldwide through secured Flu network connections. This technological innovation has democratized access to historical materials previously available only to those who could travel to major magical libraries or secure permission to view private collections. A young witch researching family history in rural Australia can now examine 17th century Ministry of Magic records without leaving her home, while a wizard historian in Nigeria can compare notes with colleagues in Japan instantaneously. This global conversation has enriched magical historical scholarship immeasurably, bringing diverse perspectives and previously isolated historical traditions into productive dialogue. The question of historical responsibility, how contemporary magical societies should address historical injustices, has become increasingly prominent in modern discussions of magical history. The treatment of house elves, historical restrictions on centaur territories, and the refusal to permit wand use by goblins all represent historical policies now recognized as unjust by many members of the wizarding community. Yet significant disagreement exists regarding appropriate responses to these historical wrongs, from symbolic acknowledgement to material reparations and structural reforms. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, founded by Hermione Granger during her Hogwarts years and later, developed into a more comprehensive advocacy organization, has been particularly influential in connecting historical awareness with contemporary reform efforts. By documenting the historical development of house elf servitude and highlighting periods when different arrangements existed, SPEW has challenged the notion that current conditions represent an unchangeable natural order. This use of history to imagine alternative possibilities represents one of the most powerful applications of historical knowledge in contemporary wizarding society. Museums and historical sites play an increasingly important role in shaping public understanding of magical history. The Museum of Wizarding History in London, completely renovated in 2005, employs innovative magical displays that allow visitors to experience historical environments through all five senses. Rather than simply viewing artifacts in cases, visitors can walk through reconstructed historical spaces where they hear the sounds, smell the aromas, and even feel the magical ambience of different periods in wizarding history. This immersive approach makes historical knowledge accessible to those who might find traditional historical texts intimidating or unengaging. Hogwarts itself has become more consciously engaged with its role as a historical site, as well as a functioning school. The Battle of Hogwarts Memorial, unveiled on the 5th anniversary of the conflict, provides a space for remembrance while also placing the battle in historical context. The memorial includes not only the names of those who fell defending the school, but also a magical display that shows how this conflict connected to earlier struggles against dark magic throughout wizarding history. This thoughtful contextualization helps visitors, especially students too young to remember the battle firsthand, understand the historical forces that shaped this pivotal event. The teaching of magical history continues to evolve in response to these developments in historical scholarship and public historical awareness. At Hogwarts, the retirement of Professor Binns, finally convinced to move on in 2010, after nearly 300 years of posthumous teaching, allowed for comprehensive curriculum reform under his successor, Professor Eleanor Whitaker. Whitaker's interactive teaching methods engage students through primary source analysis, historical simulations, and critical discussions about how and why historical narratives are constructed. This approach aims to develop not just knowledge of historical facts, but the ability to think historically, to analyze evidence, consider multiple perspectives, and understand the relationship between past and present. Other magical schools have developed their own approaches to historical education. Ilvermorny incorporates extensive use of pensieve technology, allowing students to briefly experience carefully selected historical memories in a controlled educational environment. Beauxbatons emphasizes the history of magical artistry and innovation, with students recreating historical spells and enchantments as part of their coursework. Ouagadougou maintains the ancient tradition of dream teaching for historical education, with specialist dream teachers guiding students through immersive historical dreamscapes that convey both facts and emotional understanding of the past. These diverse educational approaches share a common recognition that historical knowledge serves essential functions in magical society. Understanding history helps young witches and wizards develop their identity as members of a magical community with deep roots and evolving traditions. Historical awareness provides context for current challenges and debates, revealing their origins and suggesting possible resolutions. Perhaps most importantly, engagement with the complexities and ambiguities of the past helps develop the critical thinking and ethical judgment necessary for responsible participation in magical society. As our exploration of magical history draws to a close, consider how your own understanding of the wizarding world has been shaped by the historical perspectives you've encountered. The past is not merely a collection of distant events, but a living influence that continues to shape our present and future. What new approaches to understanding magical history might emerge in the years to come, and how might these fresh perspectives transform our relationship with the magical heritage we all share?